doing today? Welcome in, beautiful people. I know it's supposed to be my day off, but I just decided I thought I should come on today and hang out with y'all for a little bit before maybe I head out and go shoot some pool, stretch my arm out, find out how my shoulder's holding up, and exercise it a little bit. But you know, I think it was probably maybe a week or two ago, Spirit had put a message in my head one day, and I was just tinkering around looking at a couple of my decks, and just kind of browsing through a couple new ones I got, plus any of the existing decks I had, just to kind of keep my energy in the decks. And so I came across this one card, and it spoke to me. And when I saw it, I thought, well, instead of one word, which it's this card here, ascending the mountain, what I heard was ascending the throne. Hi, Brian. How you doing, baby? And I've been wanting to come on and do a reading on it, just, to see what Spirit had to say, because I didn't feel like the message was strictly for me. I felt like it was for y'all, too, so. And since, I seem to, be online a lot at night and still trying to catch some sleep here and there, it's like I just still haven't been able to get into making any new videos about anything. So I thought it'd be best if I came on today and did it this way instead. And hi to my beautiful lurkers in the background. Thank you for the hearts. I'm Gravy, Brian. Thank you for asking. How you doing, baby? Doing gravy too. Hi, DM. How you doing, baby? So I got my couple of appointments done and was just sitting here, got home, got some food, and just thought, okay, well, I think this will be the day that I start reading on this to find out what Spirit wanted to share with y'all. But first, I'll start with a few oracle decks that I normally pull from to start off, and then I'm just gonna if I can talk right, I'm just gonna free flow the tarot today too, like I did yesterday. Fantastic. Well, good, baby. I'm glad. I'm always happy to hear that. Alright. Well, first card up again. Hi, Moonchild. Yeah, beautiful. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too. Hi, Sunnyland. How you doing, beautiful? So first keyword is camel. Travel, journey, wisdom, endurance, survival, service, self-sufficiency, conservation, stamina. And, I don't believe in coincidence, since this card I pulled, which is what I was coming on here to read to y'all about, this oracle card, which, like I was saying, if you just came in, when I first turned over this card, it's like it was a few weeks ago, instead of the mountain, Spirit put in my head and said, no, it's supposed to be ascending the throne. So I feel like y'all are supposed to be taking a deep journey and traveling. So travel and journey are the two biggest words that are on this card for me, that are speaking to me right now. So maybe y'all looking at taking a trip soon, traveling somewhere exotic, maybe to the Middle East even. But I also feel like this is also about the time of journeying within and looking for wisdom and guidance, diving deeper into growing into the best possibility that anyone could be, but what you expect of yourself, your greatest potential. Because again, this is a time of transformation. Yep, not today. And tomorrow look no better for you either. So, yep, trip to Pennsylvania in June. Well, Moonchild, this might be you, beautiful. Like I said, those two words speak to me. Travel and journey. What else, Spirit? Oh, this card came out again the other night, too. Bowl. Meeting basic needs, food, all needs met, substance, fulfilling your spirit, refilling your spirit. And I feel like many of y'all are refilling y'all's spirit. I feel like this is a time where this should be, the focus should be about on ourselves instead of, putting our focus and attention elsewhere. Because, how y'all hear me talk about before, how we go through and, lose sight of ourselves by not putting the time, effort, and investment into ourselves. And, we can't expect other people to love us if we first don't love ourselves and teach them how to love us and treat us. Oh, wow. What else, Spirit? And this one came out again the other night. Bees. Hardworking person, fertilization, life-sustaining, sting, sweet situation, growth, seeking, provider, fearless, and respected. And this is all about hard work. But, not just work we do when we go to work and, collect a paycheck and pay our bills, but, the work we put into, home, into our personal life, into our hobbies, our interests, our relationships. But more importantly, yes, the love we give to ourselves. So this should show hard work pays off. And if y'all feel like there's been a huge shift in y'all, and y'all feel like things are different, maybe some of y'all faced a tower moment that kind of rattled you, but even if you feel like it's the opposite and there's like something great's coming or has come, I feel like it applies to you too. Hard work pays off. No matter whether it's good or bad, we still put in the time, effort, and energy into building ourselves and making our lives better for ourselves, but even for the people around us that we love and care about, and even into the planet. The next one is cake. Festive, caution, slippery situation, birthday party, but curvy, something delicious. Happening, reward, having your cake and eating it too. And the only card on this that speaks to me, or the only word on here that speaks to me, is reward. So I feel like this is, Spirit coming in and trying to reward y'all for your hard work. And they just put in my head attention to detail. So I feel like it's not just the big things, it's the little things. You're really putting the extra time and effort into the little things you do. That's, I feel like, stand out and bring some of the biggest rewards. Hi, Nicole. How you doing, beautiful? Especially if it's cheesecake for Amanda. Yeah. And you felt the shift. Yeah, I feel the shift. And the next one is keyword alligator, stealth, swift, taking a big bite out of life, good fortune, dynamic, primal instincts, ancient wisdom, move quietly but strike with great force. And, you know, the few words that stand out to me is swift, good fortune, dynamic, and ancient wisdom. So I feel like y'all are getting a lot of psychic hits. If you're not sure, I feel like you are, even if it's during your time when you sleep or even when you meditate. I feel like some of these psychic hits have been a lot of wisdom, and it's bringing you good fortune for things you can create new ideas out of with great wisdom that'll serve you well in the future. That's what I'm picking up. All right, Spirit, one more, and then I'm going to pull from another deck. Oh, Spirit gave me two. All right. Oh. Moonchild, you said something about itchy. Well, here you go, beautiful. Keyword, itchy. Meeting an old friend or enemy. Advance in position or a loss. Someone speaking of you for the better or worse. Discovering a legacy or sorrow. A happy journey, good or bad. Money in or out. A joy or disappointment. I mean, this speaks to me about someone speaking of you for better or for worse, and meeting an old friend or enemy. So this could be it too, Moonchild. Watch out, girlfriend. Someone might be having it out for you. Oh no. And the other one is rhinoceros. Success, wealth, symbolizes luck and hope. Reasonable but cantankerous. Beast who allows nothing, needs control, bouts of moods to stand in their way. Yeah, I feel like this still, what resonates is success, wealth, symbolizes luck and hope. So I feel like this is another sign of good things that are coming in. Because as Spirit said, you're ascending the throne. So that's very powerful. Yeah, I hope there's no enemies. That would not be good. Tell them to stay away. You know, it's just like the people you think of that, you know, say they're your friends, say they will be there, and then suddenly, poof, they're gone out of your life. And it's like, okay, well, even if it was for a moment, well, it was nice while it lasted, but see you, bye. And don't let the door hit you on the way out. Because I am begging people to stay in my life. You don't want to be in my life, don't be here. It's just that simple. I don't beg people to stay. Alright, Spirit. Let's see. I'll pull from this deck. No, Spirit told me to put this down. Alright, let me see this one. Yep, a natural order of things. High current. So, in case y'all beautiful people were wondering, did I get my, the estimate back from my car repairs? Oh, yeah. It's probably going to cost me about $2,000 to get my car fixed. So, it's going to be both the radiator, water pump, power steering pump, and whatever else they had listed on there, plus the fluids, because what was it they wanted to charge me, if my memory serves me correctly, like $800 just to flush the system out, the transmission and the water pump and all that. And they said they got to get all that out of the engine. It's like, because I called them and told them, I said, why don't you just go through and replace the parts? I mean, why am I going to go through and throw money away and have, you know, the systems flush when at the end of the day, I'll probably end up having to replace those parts anyways. And like, well, we still got to get all that junk out of the engine. It's just crazy. Ugh. So yeah, it's very disgusting. So once I get my car fixed there, I won't be taking it back to them. I can promise you that. Crazy nonsense. It's like, I don't know why they think I got some kind of money tree growing in my backyard somewhere. I don't know. Exactly. And I told them that this morning too. I said, you know, I've had these cars for 23 years now. I said, I know these cars like the back of my hand. And I said, yeah, you would think that, you know, a man would be the one that's, you know, taking the cars, getting them, you know, repaired, you know, getting all the maintenance done on them and stuff. I said, no, it's been me. I said, and understand me, I never let anything slide. So if my car needed maintenance, I got all the maintenance. It needed repairs, I got all the repairs done. I said, and this is what ticks me off, is I know I have taken such great good care of these cars. And to where I know that I've even had that radiator flush that I know it would have cost about $250, $300 at a dealership to get the radiator flush. And guess what they told me? They told me, well, we just threw some numbers together. Oh, really? Yeah, that's apparent. Hi, Tom. Yeah, baby. I might one of these days. And that might be something I do when I start my memberships for my members. Exactly, Sunnyland. And that's what it is. I mean, like come on. I already paid y'all $5,000 to fix both cars. And now it's going to be another $2,000. Like, come on. Hi, New Flyer. Hi, Rael. So we'll see. Not happy about it either way. But I need my car, so. Yeah, I'm gonna need those parts, baby. Because I need that car mechanically sound. I need to know that she's gonna run, you know, for a long time still. And you know, if there's even an inkling that those parts are going bad, I might as well just go ahead and replace them now. Cup, you have an issue? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Like, what do you want me to do about your issue? Now, if you're asking, can I do a personal reading for you for $30 US? Yes, I can provide that. So, yeah, DM, I just think it'd be best to replace the parts. Because I obviously know the serpentine belt needs to be replaced. That's a definite. What do you pay for a subscription? I don't have a subscription. If you want a personal reading, there's the box in the bottom of the chat where my name's highlighted at. There's a PayPal. If you want to pay by Zelle or Venmo, all you have to do is type in my email address into their website. It'll pull it up. Alright, Spirit. Let's get into this. What messages do you have for the collective? Let's see. Restless. Trapped. Instability. Resist impulsive urges to find steadier ground. You know, and this card kind of speaks to me. It's pretty whacked up. You see, there's a woman on here that's showing she's carrying a suitcase walking out the door. Yeah, this card really speaks to me. So, many of y'all might be feeling restless right now. But, you know, it kind of reminds me of the energy I was feeling this past week. You know, with all the retrograde with Mercury and all that. Like, I was restless. Not because I had any stress or worries. I just felt restless. Like, I couldn't sleep. Like, I would sleep for an hour or two and wake up for an hour or two and then fall back, sleep for another hour or two and wake up again. It was like that for 2 days straight. And it's like I needed to get up and do something, be, you know, physically active, you know, putting time and attention into something, not that, you know, something was getting in my way. So if y'all are feeling restless, maybe y'all are feeling trapped, maybe feeling even cornered. So maybe it's time to seek higher ground. But you know, it also speaks to me from this point of view of ascending the mountain, but you're ascending the throne. Cup, you get a personal reading. If you don't want a reading, then you know what? Then leave. I mean, choice is yours. Spirit, what else? Oh, this is crazy. Pet, you need to let go of love, still fear of love and heartbreak, trapped holding back your feelings, isolated. Yeah, I feel like many of y'all have been isolated, which was the other message that came across the other day. Y'all are isolating yourselves because y'all are afraid of love and heartbreak, which was one of the other things I talked about the other day. And it's like either you're holding back your feelings because you're afraid to express them to someone for fear of rejection, or vice versa. Hi, Mama Grande. I'm gravy, honey. Thank you for asking. How you doing, sweetheart? Hi, Jackie Brink. How you doing, sweetheart? Anna, please, what? Spirit, what else? This is crazy. This card came out again, too. This came out the other day. But it was the other way around. Healing. Distractions aren't a quick fix for deeper issues. But the one, this came out the other day, but it was showing this instead of this. So now it's been reversed. So, and yeah, I feel like some of y'all are trying to heal, but y'all are looking for distractions. And I feel like it's some of the wrong distractions. Because some of those distractions, which is kind of crazy, I hate saying this. Because this is something I thought about earlier today, too. You know, we all want love, right? We all want that forever partner who's going to love us unconditionally, be there for us, you know, to grow with, share a life with, and so on. But some of us seem to forget our own worth and value in searching for that partner, to where we end up settling. We settle for someone who isn't good for us, who doesn't want to grow, who, you know, may only be looking for a physical relationship. They're not into opening up their heart to you, giving their heart and all their love and emotions and attention. Or they expect more than what they're willing to give to you. Like how I've talked about before, how, you know, and I'm not knocking on you guys. I'm not talking about all guys, so, okay? Don't get upset with me here. But some of these guys out here want a high caliber woman, but they don't want to put in the effort. They want that high class woman, but they don't want to give minimal effort. No, it doesn't work that way. So, and I feel like some of y'all are allowing people to take advantage. You know, they're telling you all these things you want to hear, but the only thing they're wanting to give you is a good time in the bed. You know, no, don't do that to yourself. Hold yourself up higher than that. Know that you're deserving and worthy of a true deep love. You know, it's like I say, you gotta uncover someone's soul before you can undress their clothes. And it's very true. So don't allow people to come in and try and tell you and try to spit a good game, because it's all talk and there's no actions behind it. You know, sadly, you know, some of us will settle because we get lonely. And yeah, I understand getting lonely, you know, can be hard, but you know what? I can keep my own company. You know, if that's all that's out there for me, you know, for someone that only wants me for my body and, you know, what I can do for them in the bedroom, no. You know, there's the door. I'd rather stay single for the rest of my life. And that's how I see it. And that's what I feel like y'all need to, you know, ask and expect, you know, of yourselves and from someone else. It's like, don't settle. The next one is staff. Your dreams are being supported. Divine connection with God, universe, power, wisdom, purpose, and knowledge. And this speaks to ascending the mountain again. Of course, for me, it's ascending the throne. And this is all about your divine connection and the power and wisdom and the purpose and the great knowledge you get from ascending this throne, taking your rightful place. So take your rightful place is what I feel like Spirit's calling you to do. They're challenging you to step up, sit on that throne, you know, rule your life, you know, conquer it. Don't allow anyone else come in and rule it for you. You step in and rule it yourself. And I just saw a blue spirit orb. So there's my confirmation. Spirit wants you to step up. They're challenging you. Take your rightful place and ascend the throne. One more, Spirit. Compass. Independent. Be proud of yourself. Stick to your chosen path. Curious. Important. Role coming up. Mentor. And this is all about choosing your rightful path. And curiosity. And being independent and being proud. Be proud of how far you've come. But know you got so much farther to go. And don't stop. Don't look behind you. Look ahead of you. Look straight ahead. You know, what's in the past, leave it behind. You want to look ahead of you. Because that's where your greatest dreams and wishes are still unfolding for you. Oh, really, the Great Ninja? Sure. You want to pay me $30 US? I'll give you a reading. I don't work for free. Let's get that straight. Alright. Now Spirit says I can pull from this other deck. So how y'all feeling today? Happy Tuesday. Does it feel like a good day? It's sunny over here. It was nice out. Hi, Lily Hillis. How you doing, honey? Hi, Debs. How you doing, beautiful? Hey, Miss DF. I'm gravy, beautiful. How you doing? It's snowing over there? Oh, my gosh. Chilly ass. Is that right? Just chilling, huh? Or are you saying you're cold? Oh, I'm happy to see you too, DM. I'm always happy to see y'all. Told y'all, this is my happy place. Alright, Spirit. Let's see. Let me cut this real quick. Oh man, Debs. You're making me hungry, beautiful. Mentioning a steak. And I just ate too. And it wasn't a steak. It wasn't even ground beef. Oh, Spirit. What you got? Declutter. Let go of old items. Create a new sacred space for yourself. It's time to declutter y'all's space. Make room for the new. You know, y'all always hear me say this. You know, in order to welcome in the new, you got to first let go of the old. You got to make room for the new to come in. So, maybe y'all been doing some spring cleaning. Spirit just said spring cleaning. So, some of y'all been working on doing y'all's deep cleaning for spring. Which I know that's a lot of work. If it's anything like what I do, it's a lot. But I feel like it's time to start having like even some yard sales. You know, if there's old stuff y'all have that y'all aren't really using, hey, why not try and, have a yard sale? Make, some money off of it. You never know. What is one person's junk is another person's treasure. That sounds good, Debs. Hi, Tiffany. How you doing? Dump in your storage. Need warm weather. I hear you. Yeah, I mean, my house is my storage right now because I told y'all, most of my stuff is still in boxes. I haven't unpacked. I don't have any decorations out. I mean, if any room's decorated, it's this room. That's the most decorations y'all would see. So, y'all in here talking about food. Aw. I love you too, Tiffany. I'm so happy you're here, honey. Yeah, Cindy. There's a special place for you too, just for coming in here and judging me. Yeah, I guess you forgot about that part, about the Bible says, thou shalt not judge. You know, don't throw the first stone. You know. Y'all Bible thumpers crack me up. Talking nonsense. Ready to dump all family pics? Aw, Lily Hillis, but you should keep your family pictures, honey. Those are priceless. Okay, first card out. Recognition. Admiration for your hard work is coming. Here it is again. Talking about hard work being recognized. You're going to be recognized. Spirit's confirming it with this card too from a completely different deck. I can't make this stuff up, y'all. So y'all will be highly recognized. I feel like some of y'all are going to be receiving some type of reward, some type of monetary compensation. You know, maybe it's, a raise. Maybe someone decides they, you deserve, maybe something nice, and they send you some money. It's going to be something like that is what I'm picking up. But I know there's even some companies that, reward their employees who are there for so many years and, who do something great. They have like what, employee of the month and, that kind of stuff. So that's what I feel like is coming towards y'all. Ooh, look at this. Passions. Don't be afraid to fail. Follow what makes your heart happy. Amen. Don't be afraid of failure. If at first you don't succeed, get up, dust yourself off, and try again. You just never know. And I get happiness at the bottom of this deck. Happiness, new discoveries that lead to celebrations. Love yourself first. What did I say, y'all, at the beginning of this stream? Where is it? Love yourself first. Invest in yourself. And by investing in yourself, showing love and care and attention to yourself, others will follow suit. Oh, DM, you shouldn't feel that way, honey. You deserve to be recognized for all the good you do, baby. And this one came out the other day, too. Energy activation. Connect to the divine through meditation or prayer. So here you go again. I can't make this up. Spirit's trying to connect to y'all. And they're asking y'all to connect to them. So whether that's through prayer, whether that's through, some type of meditation, it doesn't have to be anything, extravagant, it's just simply just you saying to them, whether it's out loud or in your mind or even writing it down, telling them, what it is you want or what you want them to know and hear, and they soon will respond. So connect to divine. I like that. Ray of hope. I agree with that. You know, DM, you really deserve to be recognized, baby. You know, I think you know what I think it is? I think because you're not used to being recognized, you don't know, you know, it kind of scares you a little bit to be put on, you know, in the spotlight, so to speak. But you deserve to be in the spotlight. We all do. But you especially for, you know, the things you do, baby. You know, I know when people would try and recognize me, and I would get shy too. I would get embarrassed. Like I'll tell you, um, back in high school, I was taking an English class, and you know, the teacher I had, you know, I actually had two separate teachers that, you know, for whatever reason, they must have been having problems with keeping teachers. But I had two different teachers that year, and they both seemed to be so drawn to me, which, you know, kind of threw me off as I couldn't understand, you know. But one of them had us do a project. They asked us to write a poem and then create like a little pamphlet out of it, like a storybook type. And naturally, because I had been writing poems for years back then, I had a whole notebook to choose from. So all I had to do was pick out a poem from, you know, my poems already written, and then just make the, you know, book out of it. And so I was done with it like by the next day. It didn't take no time at all for me to do it. And it was between that and other things I'd done, you know, I end up acing that class. Well, I ended up missing a lot of school that year though too though, because my mom was being sick. And one of the times I was out, you know, I didn't know. Somebody was coming around looking for me, wanted to take my picture. Well, I didn't know about it because I wasn't there. Come find out when I went to school, um, they came back, you know, looking for me and, you know, pulled me to the side and like, well, we want to take your picture. And I'm like, what? For what? Like, oh, you don't know? What? They're like, oh, well, you got student of the year. Huh? And I couldn't believe it because I thought, you know, you had to, you know, be there every day, you know, be a model student, this and that. But no, I got student of the year and, you know, it threw me for a loop. I was not expecting that at all. So, and I didn't even feel right about it because I had missed a lot of school, like I said, but I aced that class plus a few other, you know, classes I had. And, you know, my teacher got up there and spoke highly about me and was talking about, you know, the beautiful poem I'd written and, you know, some of the other things I'd done. And back then, you know, I was doing a little bit of modeling too. So they brought up me modeling as well. And so they held a big banquet for all the students who got honored for Student of the Year. You know, I think there was like 10 or 15 of us and all our parents were there. And so yeah, that made me feel weird, I must admit. So I get it from that point of view, DM, but you should still be recognized, baby. You deserve to be recognized. Thank you. And hi to everyone else that came in. Really, Lily Hillis? That's awesome, beautiful. Congratulations. So yeah, I was just blown by it. And I think my poetry book is still in one of the boxes. Otherwise, I could tell you what poem it was. And I think those poems, you know, are probably a little immature now because that was back when I was in high school. But, you know, my teachers seem to appreciate it. I love to write poetry. Yes, Donna, I remember you, beautiful. How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry you've been sick, honey. I understand. Well, thank you for the belated birthday wishes. I appreciate you, beautiful. I hope you're feeling better. And, you know, DM, speaking of, you know, not wanting to be recognized or feeling odd, evaluation. Feed out what doesn't serve you. Reevaluate the situation. And for many of y'all, but, you know, DM for you, you know, why not do a self-evaluation? Maybe that's what you need to do, is evaluate yourself and, you know, look in the mirror. Have those positive affirmations about yourself. Learn to see yourself that way so that it won't be hard to be recognized, because you deserve to be recognized for your good deeds, your hard work, what you contribute. We all do. So don't be afraid to do a self-evaluation. Do a self-check. I think that's important. Heidi Collins. That's beautiful, baby. Yeah, I agree with you, honey. And I understand that, but you know, still for me back then, it felt weird, you know, being honored that way, getting Student of the Year. Like I said, I never ever would have expected it. Okay, beautiful. Well, I may not be here. We'll have to wait and see, honey. But if not, maybe you'll be able to catch me on one of my late nights, or maybe on the weekend when I'm able to log back on during the day. Aw, thank you. You're welcome, honey. Hello, Hans. You want to invest money? Well, do what your intuition tells you. Hello, Muhammad. Next one is be open to change. Be receptive to new experiences. Change leads to growth. And this is so true. Be open to change. Because I can tell y'all, that's the one constant you can always rely on. Change. Change will always happen. It's a matter of how you adapt, how you, you know, react and, you know, be reactive, but do it in a positive way. You know, don't allow change to frighten you. Because in order for us to grow, to be, you know, our highest, you know, greatest being, we have to be able to change because we have to evolve. So be willing to change. Accept the changes that come towards you, because many of them could turn out being good. You know, when we think of change, it scares us because it's the unknown. We don't know what's going to come, and we always fear it's going to be something bad, and that's not always the case. Last one. Celebration. Good times come from hard work. Time spent in good company. Here we go, beautiful people. Talking about hard work again. Celebrate. You know, be honored. Be recognized. You know, do that evaluation. You know, and this even tells me, like, maybe some of y'all are going up for a yearly review with your manager, and they're trying to decide, you know, what kind of raise to give you. If, you know, if you get a yearly raise, I feel like you're going to be celebrating something. Like you're going to get a nice raise, a nice increase. And some of y'all feel like y'all are going to be promoted. I feel like some of y'all really working hard trying to move up the corporate ladder. So I want nothing but the best for all of y'all. Rhea, that's so true, honey. Hi, CEO. How you doing? Hello, Jody. How you doing? Oh, Lily Hill is... I hate to hear that, beautiful. Okay, I'm going to put this deck up now. Let's see. Well, Ricky, I'll put both of these up. I just want to tap in and see what Spirit want to share with y'all at first. So, again, I want to see what about ascending this throne is for y'all. Because I didn't feel like this was just for me. It could apply to me, sure, but no. This is for all of y'all. So welcome, beautiful people. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your time, energy, and space with me and everyone else who's here. Please don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Oh. Try a pickup line on me. Why, Jody, are you trying to pick me up? Pickup lines don't work on me, just so you know. You know, people can make stuff up all the time. Talk is cheap. You know what gets me? That impresses me is people's actions. When their actions match their words, when it aligns. That's what impresses me, not someone's words. People can tell me all day long how much they love me, how much they appreciate me, but those are just words until you add substance to those words by actions. Aww. I end up proving myself too much. Jody, I don't know what that means, honey. Aw, DM. I'm not trying to worry y'all about me. I don't, you know, like yesterday, like I said, I mean, I really hesitated to come online yesterday. But I knew if I didn't find another way, another outlet, just to vent, I was probably going to end up tearing up my shoulder, picking up my bowling ball, and throwing it so hard that I would have torn my shoulder again. So I knew that would have been a bad mistake. Alright, Spirit. What you want to tell me next? Let's see. Ascending the throne. I'll have to start with this. Exactly, Lily Hillis. That's exactly right. Be a grown man. You know, it reminds me, because it's like there's all this talk how, you know, guys, you know, I heard something earlier which was interesting, but it's also very true. I can agree with it. Okay, and I'm not dogging on you guys again. Okay, I'm not saying this is all you guys, but there's many of y'all who think this way, who have this expectation for a woman to be submissive, you know, and do whatever it is you want them to do, say whatever. But then you don't, you know, step up to the plate and take the lead as the man and be the provider, be the protector, provide that safe space for her to be more soft, to be more feminine, you know, because when you can go through and make a woman feel safe, when she truly feels loved, valued, appreciated, protected, and you can provide for her, she will move mountains for you like it's nobody's business. You know, she will go to bat for you. She will go to war for you. And she will be your backbone. You know, she will build you up, you know, but if you just come in there with this expectation, you know, that she should do it all and, you know, and not be the man to lead and, you know, be the responsible man, then she's better off being alone. And it's very true. Most women are not going to put up with that. You know, if they got to take care of a man-child, we'll just say, guess what? They're going to stay single. If they're going to do it all by themselves, they're going to be alone. They're going to be single. So, Walter White? Who are you talking to? Who's Jesse? Oh, I agree with you, honey. Lily Hillis. It's exhausting. See? Well, Jody, you want to never get a woman like me because I don't want no man-child. I want someone who's strong like me, but stronger. Both mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and yes, physically. But who can rise to the occasion. You know, who will stand in the light and be there to cheer me on just as much as I would cheer them on. Who wants to grow with me? Who wants to build an empire with me? Who isn't afraid to see me shine? Who's not in competition with me, but who truly values and appreciates me, and who won't take me for granted. Like I said, you can come into my life and, you know, promise me the world, but that's just this. Your actions will speak it to me, not your words. And you can come in and tell me all day long, oh, baby, I'll be there for you. I promise. I got your back. And the next thing I know, you walk out of my life. Can't trust me. I won't miss you. You know, because I'm a fighter. And you remind me why I'm still a fighter. Why I should only depend on myself. So, you want a woman to, you know, be feminine with you. And you want her to, you know, love on you, dote on you. All these different things. Step up to the plate. Give her a reason to want to be all those things. Because I promise you, if you love her right, if you love her correctly, if you treat her right, she will hand you the world. She will treat you like the king you want to be treated. Like, you know, treat her like the queen and she will. Okay, Cup. The fact that you would ask me if I got an OnlyFans, you need to get out. Amen, Deb. Don't just talk it, walk it. Alright, Spirit. So let's get into this. Ascending the mountain, but like I said, Spirit told me ascending the throne. So what is this about, Spirit? My creature, and you, unbeknownst to yourself, all say to lay my burdens down, but me resisting because I'm hard-headed, and that person dissing me daily. D. Collins, you know what, baby? Don't allow them dish you. Stand up for yourself, baby. You know, it's funny, I said this. I went to my doctor's office today, okay? And, you know, I'm all dressed nice, like I always dress. I told y'all, what y'all see me wearing on my lives is exactly what I wear out in public. So I'm dressed like this. And I walked in, and the nurse, she just looks at me. She's like, whew, look at you, honey. Where you going all dressed up like that? You even got your high heels on. And I'm just sort of laughing. I'm blushing, you know. And what was it they said? Damn. There was a point I was going to make in this. Now I'm losing my thought. Oh, gosh. Oh, I was pretty much, they were pretty much just telling me, you know, how good I look and, you know, how appreciative they are that, you know, they see that, you know, I'm not just dragging myself in there, you know, dressed any kind of way, you know. It's like, of course not. I would never be that way, but, you know, they're like, well, somebody needs to take you out. Yeah, well, who you think's going to take me out? But, you know, they were just complimenting me and everything. But naturally, because I'm wearing shorts, I didn't wear a skirt. I just wore my dress shorts today. You know, I go walking out into the parking lot and I see a van full of, you know, guys driving by in the parking lot and they're doing this number and just gawking at me. It's like, really? You know, okay, I don't mind you looking, but don't sit here and stare at me. I don't like that. You know, not like that, especially when I'm aware of it. But I understand, you know, there are those guys out there who are going to be disrespectful because they don't know how to act. They don't know how to be a man. So, you know, to be a gentleman at that. And you know, there's times I have to stand up and defend myself because they think they can come here and act any all kinds of way they want to, talk to me any kind of way, and think I'm going to accept it. No, baby, I'm not here. I'm too fiery. You know, my parents raised me better than that. So, you know, D. Collins, what I say to you, baby, is anybody who wants to tear you down, they're projecting onto you, okay, what they think of themselves. Because they're not going to go around just out of nowhere and tear people down. You know, it's one thing to give someone, not to be critical, but to give someone constructive advice. But if you're just going to, you know, tear someone down, why? That's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be building each other up, you know? So, to me, when this is the point I was trying to make, it sounds like to me that your preacher, dad, whoever it is, they're threatened by you, baby. They're threatened by your light. Because I often hear that from, you know, people close to me too. You know, what they say about me, how people, you know, are naturally drawn to me. And, you know, like one of my moms would say, you know, why many people will hate me at the same time. They love to hate me, but hate to love me because I irritate their demons. You know, I reflect something in them that they wish they could be, but they can't. And they don't know how. And to me, that's what you're doing, baby. You know what, though, honey? That's not the way it's supposed to be. I mean, some people just don't know how to be. You know, when they haven't been loved and they don't show themselves that kind of love, you can't expect them to go around and try and be good and be sweet and considerate, you know, and loving to others. So, D. Collins, honey, what I would tell you is stand up for yourself. I'm not telling you to disrespect someone, especially if they're like a dad, a preacher. But I wouldn't allow them come in and just tear me down either. You know, there's a way to do it without, you know, being, what's the word, cutthroat. You know, because I know I could be cutthroat if, you know, I'm a deep person. You know, I love deeply. So just as much as I can love you deeply from the depths of my, you know, soul, I know I can be hurt like the same way. And it hurts, you know. And I know if you hurt me, I know that's when I'm liable to say some things that I would end up regretting later. So that's why I don't. You know, when arguments get heated, if I have disagreements or fights with people, I honestly try and leave and walk away because I don't want to be that way with anyone. Even if you said something that hurt me, I don't want to react that way because I know that maybe you're hurting and maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I said something wrong that hurt you, that caused you to want to react that way towards me. And sometimes it means I got to walk away and take a step back to reevaluate the situation, try and digest it and see it from another perspective outside of my own. Does it make what they do right? No. And that's not what I'm saying either. I'm not excusing their behavior, sweetheart. So please don't misunderstand me. You know, I would just try to take a step back to see what else could it possibly be. You know, but it sounds like they got some things they really need to, you know, heal from. Hi, Jason. How you doing, baby? Yeah, damn. I know, honey. It's always hard. It's always hard. And D. Collins, you're not a guy. You're a female, honey. Okay, my bad, honey. I still say, I still call some of my ladies, say babes or baby too. It's just a habit, honey. Yeah, I do get cringe too, DM. It just, some people have no self-control. How was it, Jason? I remember you talking about that yesterday, baby. I hope it was good. Let's ascending the throne. Ray of Hope. Honey, I just think it depends. Depends on who it is. Some people may not even be aware that what they're saying is hurtful. Like, I'll give you an example, and I'll throw me under the fire, okay? Because, I'm strong and confident. And when I speak, I mean what I say. I'm not just going to say stuff just to say it. I mean what I say. So when, if someone comes to me and they approach me and the tone they take with me, it's could be very defensive for me. In fact, this happened a few months ago with someone who claimed to be a friend. But obviously they weren't a friend because they're not in my life anymore, and that's fine. They want to walk out in my life, like I said, there's the door. I won't beg you to stay in my life. I don't chase people. You either want to be in my life or you don't. Okay? Make up your mind, but it's not going to be a revolving door. Understand me, okay? So, this person thought that I was doing something I guess they didn't like or thought was immature, whatever it was. So, they left me a voice message. And the message, was pretty much getting an attitude with me right off the bat. And naturally, what am I going to do? I'm going to react, and I'm going to defend myself and stand up for myself. And that's exactly what I did. Could it have been, a little more calmer than the way it came across? Well, sure. But in the moment, it's like, no, I'm not going to allow you to come and bite my head off without me letting you know how I feel about it. Because I'm that type of person. You're always going to know where you stand with me. I'm not afraid to tell people how I think, how I feel, where you stand with me. And if you have questions, have doubts, or you're unsure, ask me. Don't be afraid to ask me. I will tell you. I will be flat out honest. I'm not afraid of that. I speak the truth. So I think sometimes people may not understand that. Because, like, I'm sure, even though I haven't spoken to this person since then, but my intuition tells me they regret it. They regret the way they came across to me. And, it probably could have been handled a little differently. I mean, I'm sure we both could have handled it differently, but it is what it is. But I'm not missing them. I wish them well. They're on their way. I'm doing great. So I think it just depends, sweetheart. It depends on, the person and how it comes across, because some people may not even realize that it comes across that way. Or they're just used to speaking a certain way around, their family and such, and they expect everyone else to, accept them that way too. Because even for me, my parents raised me to be blunt, to be straightforward, not to beat around the bush. If there's something I have to say, not to be afraid to say it. So again, it depends on who you are, and it depends obviously on what I'm going to say to you. Yeah. Can sometimes my words come across to some people a little harsh? Sure, I'm sure they can. can it come across to some people as, I've heard it being taken before, like, I'm attacking them personally, so they take it personally. Even though that's not what the way I meant it, and that's not the way I was trying to express it, but to them, they're taking it personally, but that's not how I'm meaning it. But that's how they feel. So I think it's a matter of perspective, sweetheart. Everyone's going to take things differently, if that makes any sense. Exactly. No, thank you, Deborah. And yeah, I believe so, Deborah. And that's the way I wanted them to understand that. And I just saw a purple spirit orb. I don't know if y'all saw that, but it was right here on my screen. But I don't know if it was behind me or it's just on my side of the screen. But that was confirmation right there. Jerry, my hair goes almost to my knees. Jason, you're right, baby. You shouldn't be afraid to speak your truth. And it's like how my parents always told me to. They always said they would rather hear the truth than be told a lie. Why? You know, um, because at least they know where, they stand with you. They know how you think, they know how you feel. Even if it hurts them, pisses them off, they can still respect you at the end of the day because you were honest with them. But they can't respect someone who's not willing to tell the truth and be honest with them. So I think it comes from that too. If that makes any sense. Jody, how old are you, baby? Spirits loving the chat. Yeah, they are loving the chat. Oh, because earlier today, I want to share this with y'all real quick too. When I was in the car on my way back, I saw a hawk. Actually, I saw a group of hawks flying nearby me to like the right of me. And then I saw a hawk sitting on a power line. And, naturally, the hawk is one of my spirit animals, in case you don't know. But it's also reminds me of my daddy because he wore a hawk pendant around his neck. So I always think of him. And it was crazy because I was thinking of him in that moment, thinking like, what would my daddy be saying to me right now, considering everything that's been going on? Both with my cars, but even when it comes to my personal life, when it comes to my, personal relationship, with someone. And y'all know who that person is. And I know my daddy would let that person have it. My daddy wouldn't be having this. He would not like, what's going on and how I'm being treated. And he would also be ticked off about, this company where my car is, gonna be, repaired at, ripping me off, And I knew that, and I'm thinking of this, and it just so coincidentally, as I'm, this is coming through my mind, I see those hawks. And then, not even a mile down the road, guess what? I see a sign with my daddy's surname on it again. It's like, well, I can't make that up. There's daddy right there. So, true, Jason. I agree. And it was just, it's a beautiful experience, to experience the hawks flying around. I often will catch them flying above me, flying nearby me. Okay. Justin, that's beautiful. Yeah, I had one laying in my front yard a few months back. I got a picture of it too because the hawk was looking right at me too. Oh, beautiful moonchild. I do, sweetheart. All right. Okay, I'll keep talking. Let me pull these cards out now. All right, Spirit. What's this about? Ascending the throne. Spirit, show me recent past energy. As a collective, recent past energy. Wow, a star. But she's a wicked looking star, I gotta admit. I was looking at this card last night. The star. She looks a little wicked though. I don't know about this one. You know, I feel like y'all been in the middle of trying to make a decision and y'all are torn. Because I have the Two of Swords at the bottom with the star card. The star card is all about hope, optimism, and faith. But I feel like this is like you. Spirit tell me this is like, even though this feels like y'all's energy, where y'all are like feeling a lot more hopeful, optimistic about the future. But I feel like for some of y'all are like the star in someone's life. You know, not just yours, but I feel like you're the star of their life. They look at you like the light, the hope, the future. This is what I'm picking up. All right, Spirit. Present energy. Watching like a hawk. Yeah, very true. Absolutely, Deborah. It is. And I love it. And I love those signs that I get to let me know that my loved ones are watching over me, which I do know that because I've been able to see them. Luckily, I've been blessed enough to see their spirit, their ghost, and I've also been able to hear their voice. So, and I know they're around, but I know they can't be with me all the time either. They gotta go visit with my siblings and grandkids, so. Oh, wow. This came out the other day, too. But it's not a hawk, but I can't make it up. Agent of Swords. An owl. And this is the Knight of Swords. I feel like this is y'all about making that decision. You're willing to take on a challenge. Take on even a new project. I feel like this decision revolves around where you've been at a stalemate. You're now ready to move forward. You're ready to be challenged. You're ready to explore. Again, like ascending the throne. I feel like y'all are ascending the ladder, climbing up, leveling up, using your sword as your wisdom. Not just your thought, but your wisdom, and now taking action forward. Ready to take on the world is what I pick up. Yeah, it's pretty, isn't it? It kind of does match my nails, doesn't it? It's funny you say that. That's a pretty card. Some of these cards are interesting, I must admit, y'all. But some of them are pretty. So. Alright, Spirit. Give me center energy around and ascending the throne. Ascending the throne. What's the core of this, Spirit? Maybe not drop all the cards everywhere. Ascending the throne. Seven of Swords. Yeah, y'all planning something. I get Seven of Swords in the center of this. The Seven of Swords is normally a card about, you know, someone like taking something from you, like think of a thief. Someone keeping something from you, thinking they're getting away with something, trying to keep something on the down low. But really, this feels more like y'all got, you know, whatever y'all are planning, the decision or decisions you're about to make, even about, you know, surrounding ascending the throne, you're keeping it close to your chest. You're not letting anyone near it or know about it, which I feel like is the right decision. Keep it close to you until you're ready to reveal what it is. You know, nobody needs to know. So, all right, Spirit. What's the obstacle and challenge? And then I'm going to pull more cards to kind of go through and clarify these cards. Hello, Jack Prepper. Hello, XB. And you know what, Deborah? That's great for you, beautiful. I applaud you for that because, you know, I've said this before many times on my lives, you know, because I love family. I'm family oriented. So, you know, don't get me wrong. I love my family. But understand me. There's some people that I have to keep at a distance. You know, it's not because I hate them. I absolutely love them. But I understand they're toxic. So I can't have them up close in my life, you know, all the time. Because they bring me down. They bring toxicity. They bring chaos. They disrupt my harmony, my balance, my peace. So I know I can't have them in my energy all the time like that. So I keep them at a distance. It doesn't mean I don't see them. Of course, you know, I'll see them during a family get-together, but I still love them from a distance. So there's nothing wrong with that, sweetheart. That's right. She can't hurt you anymore. You keep her at a distance. And that shows great courage and great strength. That's beautiful, honey. So, you know, I always tell people that. All right, Spirit, what is this? Well, honey, I'm praying for nothing but peace for you. All right, Spirit, show me obstacles and challenges, please. Four of Swords. Oh boy. Instead of being in a restful peace, I feel like y'all's balance, peace, and harmony have been turned on its head with the Four of Swords. And I even get the Five of Wands at the bottom, which tells me this is like about a battle. Like, you know, willing to go the extra mile just to win at nothing. Whether it's to prove someone right or to prove that you are who you say you are, whatever this is. I feel like there's been a disruption in your harmony and your serenity. And I feel even competitiveness, but pettiness. I feel immature energy from this. Not saying this is y'all's energy. I feel like from this, being at the bottom, you know, and the energy that I pick up on some of y'all, I feel like there's been someone in y'all's circle who's very defensive, but not defensive like you've done something wrong. they're just defensive because of the fact they feel like they can't compete with you. They can't stand, next to you. They, instead of, being like a loved one who would genuinely wish you well and want nothing but the best for you, instead they want to tear you down. And that's what I feel this is. And this is just childish. Childish energy is what I'm picking up from this. So instead of being in a restful sleep, taking it easy, taking a break, having, a day off to relax, rest, recuperate, you're just like running around all over the place, is what I feel. Your harmony, your peace has been very much disrupted. Envious, yeah, that's another good word. Sword cards are all about thoughts. It's your mindset, your mentality. Alright, Spirit. I'm not taking that one card at a time. Alright, Spirit. Nope. Well, I guess Spirit wants me to take this card because it jumped out again. I get a death card. In the possible future outcome / advice. And the death card doesn't mean a literal death. It means transition. It means transformation. It means change. So I feel like, whatever, some of this energy, like this sword energy, like D. Collins brought up, I feel like this is you moving out of having those thoughts and now willing to put action into it. You're letting go of those doubts, those worries, those fears that have been holding you back. And now you're willing to start over and start something new. Because when one door closes, a new door opens. And there's new doors of opportunity opening up to you, is what I get, which is all about ascending the throne. Keep looking ahead. And I get the Emperor at the bottom too. And this is y'all, like leadership, taking charge, taking control, being disciplined, being structured, being strategic in your actions. Forward momentum. It's the other thing I got. Alright. Now, I'm going to pull another deck to clarify these cards with. Which deck, Spirit? Here, I'll use this angel deck since it's right here. Yep, so true. Amen, Ray of Hope. Do you know what, though? That's the problem with people is they don't want to go through and take a look at themselves, and do something to change, because I always tell people that, you got to stop wasting time worrying about things, that's out of your control. People, places, and things. You can't control what other people say or do. You can't control, situations outside of, what you're doing yourself with your life. You got to kind of let those things go. And if there's something that you want to do, you're the only one who can do it. You're the one who can change it, the only person you have control over is yourself. So if there's something in your life that's going on that you don't like, that you're not happy with, if you can take action and change it, do it. But if not, then let it go too. But, it's why I tell people to, I try and hold them accountable. It's like, don't complain, about something unless you're willing to do something to change it if you can. But envy does result from that too, because there's just some things that people feel like they have no control over. Like they have no say in their life. You know, Jack Prepper, if you feel like maybe that, you know, you were part of the problem, maybe you were, baby. I'm not going to sit there and say you were. I'm not going to say you're wrong either. Hello, Miss Shaw. If I didn't say your name right, I'm sorry. But, you know how that saying is, like attracts like. I think that plays a big role in this. Because, you know, when we're happy, you know, enjoying life, you know, we're very happy with where our life's going, with what we have going on. You know, we're confident, you know, we love ourselves, we know our value, our worth, and, you know, our relationships are solid, peaceful, happy, fulfilling. Overall, we feel, you know, successful in our lives. That's the people we attract, right? You know, we will attract them more than the people who are the exact opposite. Not saying that the people the exact opposite still won't be attracted to us, but you will attract more of the people who are like you than the ones who aren't. And so, you know, baby, maybe, you know, you just had some bad people in your life. Well, I don't want to say bad, but people who weren't, you know, happy with themselves or in their lives. And so they were causing misery, chaos, destruction, you know, that kind of thing. And because you were allowing it, more people got attracted to that energy that maybe it ended up changing you in the process. And you started seeing yourself changing. And maybe that's what you're talking about. All right, Spirit. Let me clarify this. Okay, Moonchild. Let's see what else Spirit wants to tell us about this. All right, Spirit. Clarify. Why is the star card here? Page of Cups. Four of Swords at the bottom. I feel like y'all are contemplating someone. Page of Cups with a star. It's almost like as if someone's trying to come towards you and offer you a couple love, whether this is romantic, friends, family, even like a work colleague, you know, place it where it fits. But y'all, I don't feel like y'all are, at least some of y'all, I'm not saying all of y'all, I don't feel like all, you know, I feel like some of y'all are really debating if you should allow this person to get close to you. I feel a big hesitation. Even though they may look to you like a role model, is what Spirit just said. I feel like you're still very hesitant about, you know, this person's, I just heard, ulterior motives. You fought the cards I was dealt, but learned to improvise. Yeah, Jack, you know what? That's all you can do, baby. Learn to adapt. You know a song that comes to my mind? It's a song by Christina Aguilera. It's called Fighter. And you know, and that song really speaks to me a lot because I'm a fighter, you know, but not, you know, that I'm, you know, want to physically fight. Not, I don't mean in that way, but, you know, fight for your life, fight for your happiness, fight, you know, for your career, your family, the things you have. Even for your self-worth, even for people to recognize you for who and what you are, you know. So I feel like when we lower our guard, you know, some people can come in and tramp all over it and hurt us. But you know, in the process, you know, even though we might get hurt, it also makes us stronger. We come out fighting. You know, it teaches us a lot about ourselves, you know, because it's like this song talks about, you know, thanking the person for teaching her to be stronger, to be a fighter, you know, because, you know, through their actions and the way they treated her, she learned how to be a fighter. She learned to have thicker skin, you know, to be smarter, to be wiser, and to use everything she has to keep looking ahead and focusing on what she wanted to bring into her life and her living her full potential. So, all right, Spirit, why is this Ace of Swords here? Or Knight of Swords? Why is this here, Spirit? Yeah. This is where I feel like the Seven of Swords was coming into, even though it's in the middle. I have the Seven of Wands here, where I feel like someone's come in and challenged you. Challenge, you know, your beliefs, challenge what you're all about. Even, you know, to a degree, I feel like they've even made you question, you know, yourself. Even your own sanity. Like, you know, if what you're thinking or what you're feeling is right. You know, are you right to feel that way? Are you right to think that way? And it's made you take a stand and stand up for yourself. Stand up for your beliefs. Again, a fighter, you know. And you look like you're ready to take on that fight, ready to take on that challenge. You know, with this Knight of Swords energy, you're ready for this challenge. Take it on. Any way it comes towards you, you're ready. All right, Spirit. Why is the Seven of Swords here? Still contemplating. I get the Hangman. Yeah, this feels like a pause to me, y'all. Like with the Seven of Swords, I get the Hangman. It's called the Awakening in this deck, but it's the Hangman. I feel like y'all are contemplating and y'all are putting things in perspective right now, taking a pause, taking a time out, still evaluating your next moves. And I feel like some of y'all are even questioning, do you allow certain people to know, you know, certain things about you? You know, do they need to know? Are you comfortable with them knowing? Like I said, I feel like this surrounds something you're working on, a project. Maybe you're in, you know, the process of buying a new home. And maybe you don't want people to know about that right now because you got so many people on the sidelines, you know, saying, oh, you'll never buy that house. Oh, you can never afford that house. But, you know, something like that. And it's like, why even bother telling people if they're not going to be there to cheer you on? And want, you know, that, you know, you to succeed. It's like they want to see you fail. I keep feeling like this is like Spirit saying this is for y'all to fail, not rise to the occasion. Even though Spirit is saying you're ascending the throne. But you still got these people on the sidelines doubting you, challenging you know, making you question yourself, making you having to take a time out and pause, whether you allow them into your life, whether you allow them to come close to you. You know, you can love people again, but it doesn't mean you have to allow them to have a seat at your table. You know, they don't need to be that close to you, you know. And do they need to know? No. Do they need to know that you decided to go back to school to get a higher education to make yourself better? No. It doesn't affect them. It only affects you. So, unless they're going to wish you well and want to see you succeed and want nothing but the best for you, they don't need to know. And, you know, and if you're getting ready to venture out, start a business, you know, or add something to your, you know, existing business that you have created, you know, it may be too soon to release that idea that you've been working on the sidelines, behind the scenes, until it's actually ready to be revealed. You know, then, you know, okay, they'll know and find out like everyone else. That's how I feel this is. Absolutely. DM, haters will hate. And that's a sad thing, you know, because again, you know, I feel like that's one of the biggest problems in our world is, you know, everybody's too busy trying to tear each other down and compete with each other, hate each other for their success, for their achievements, for their goals, and reaching them as they sit back and watch, you know, from the sidelines. And, but they, you know, give you the side eye like, who the hell do you think you are? Well, I don't know, but I know I'm somebody. I know I'm important. I'm important to me. And the people who are in my up close, you know, personal space, you know, up close and personal, I'm important to them. That's all that matters. Everybody else can be put to the side. Hi, Parker. Hi, Easy BCLS. How y'all doing? So, let's see. But y'all are reaching new heights, is what Spirit just said. So be prepared. There's going to be more people who are going to want to present blockages and want to see you fail instead of succeed. I feel like there will be more haters that will come out of the woodwork because they're going to want to try and understand why you are doing so well, or why, you know, what you're working on is going to be a success. Well, they're still not achieving their own success or trying to create it. They're too busy worrying about you when they should be worrying about themselves. Easy BCLS, I'm sorry, honey. Hello, MK4. You know, I don't know what you do, honey. I don't know how you handle your money, but you know, I would tell you to cut back all the I don't want to call it BS, but cut back the luxuries. That's what I would tell you first thing. Time to save money. It's time to pinch those pennies. It's time to sit at home instead of going out to eat or going by, you know, a coffee shop, whether that's Starbucks, McDonald's, whatever, to get a coffee. Really learn how to manage your money. And I would tell you, you know, if you don't have money to spend, don't go window shopping either, because you're going to do nothing but torment yourself. So, if I were you, I'd be putting overtime at work. I would be asking my boss for overtime, and if they can't give it to me, I'd get a second job. You know, sometimes it comes with sacrifice, and it comes with having to do things we don't want to do, we're not going to like to do, but if we want to get ahead in life, that's what we have to do. I would rather make the sacrifice now, up front, if I know it's going to help me be more successful and build that foundation down the road. I'll sacrifice for a little while to have that long-term success. Are you, Parker? You know, because Easy BCLS, what I can tell you, honey, is I don't spend money. You know, people probably think, you know, I'm probably at the mall shopping all the time. No, and I don't. You know, I just got some new clothes in the past couple months, but most of those clothes were provided by my loved ones from gift cards they gave me the year before for Christmas and my birthday. I just didn't use them yet. And then I caught a few things on sale, which was one of the other store gift cards they got for me. So I try and wait till things go on sale But I especially don't go out there and spend money I don't have. I just refuse. So I'm the type of person that, like a credit card. I'll give you an example. People, it's so easy to pull out plastic and not think twice about using it. Not think twice, well, I'll take that new coat, or I'll take that new pair of shoes, $150 pair of shoes. Why not? Oh, I'll just put on my card and I'll worry about it later. That presents where you end up like, did I really need that $150 pair of shoes? Like, you know what I mean? Knowing you don't have the money. So when the bill comes in, you look at it like, oh crap, And then if you don't have the money to pay it off in full, then you're now going to pay interest on it. So even if you got that pair of shoes on sale, so let's just say it was a $300 pair of shoes, okay? But you got it 50% off. Well, guess what's going to happen if you don't pay it off in full? You're going to pay more than double, if not triple, what you would have, spent, if you even had to wait and pay full price for it when you had the money. So you got to think of it in that context. Because like I said, I don't go around charging up my credit cards. I pay it off at the end of the month. I use it like a debit card. If I don't have the money in the bank, it's not happening. It has to be an absolute emergency before I would even do something like that. Think of my car being broken down again. How am I going to pay that? I still ain't figured that out yet. But I'm about to pay about $2,000 to have my car fixed. And guess what? I'd already spent 4 or 5, about almost $7,000 this past month getting my cars fixed before. And I didn't have the money then. I had to take out a loan. This time I don't have that option. So what am I going to do now? You see, but, I'm thankful I have it there for an emergency like this, but tell me if you think it's not going to stress me out. If I'm forced to do that, I'm going to be stressed to the max. Because I don't like that. I don't like having to rely on that. I don't like being put in debt like that. I don't like having my back cornered like that. I don't spend money I don't have. But unfortunately, this is a necessity that I can't live without. I have to have transportation. So, a lot, maybe, I don't know. It's, either way, all I'm saying is really ask yourself, do you need to spend that money? Do you really need those pair of shoes? Do you need that cup of coffee? Can you not sacrifice and go without it so you can build your financial foundation for the long term? And like I said, I would ask my boss for extra hours, and I would get a second job if they couldn't give me those extra hours. And I would do it until, I wouldn't stop. So it's worth making the sacrifice. Yeah, it's something you don't want to do. Yeah, that means maybe you don't get to go out, and have dinner out with your friends or your significant other, your family, whatever. Yes, it means that too. Okay, so instead of going out to, dinner with your friends, family, significant other, cook at home. Okay. I can tell you there's been times where other things have happened to where I had to survive on ramen noodles, hot dogs, lunch meat. That's all I had because I didn't have money to buy anything else. Yeah, did it stink? Yeah, it did. But I did what I had to do to help get me ahead again so I didn't get behind. So you make those sacrifices, honey. I know it's not easy to do, but you do them. So I'm sorry you're going through that. I really, really am. I know a lot of us are hurting. It's not easy. Trust me, I know. Yeah, I do like some ramen noodles. I'm not going to sit here and dispute that. Because I cook the noodles And then I pretty much pour almost all the water out of it once the noodles are cooked. And I pour the seasonings in it and then mix it up. And it's pretty much just noodles. No SCOBY, and, don't be talking about no drugs in here. It's time for you to go. So true, Jerry. Yep, it is necessary. It means you gotta tighten the belt, And like I tell you, I'll tell y'all a story real quick. I may have told some of y'all this. Um, my stepdaughter, she had moved out right after she turned 18, I think, and wanted to live on her own because she was going to be going to college. Understandable. But she wasn't going to work. She was just going to focus on school. Okay, so how you going to pay your living expenses living on your own? Oh, she was going to take part of that out in the student loan to cover her living expenses. I thought it was crazy. It's like, you got to be kidding me, child, But I'm not going to argue with her. She has to learn. So we went ahead and took the loan out for her. And I want to say about a year and a half after she'd been living on her own, she got a hold of, I think it was 3 credit cards and pretty much maxed them out. It's like, oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. And it's not like she was buying groceries, books, or things like that. It was like eating out, McDonald's, going to this restaurant, that restaurant, going shopping here, shopping there. It's like, and I thought, I had, given enough advice that she would know not to do that. But, you know, she had to make, her mistakes, and all right. And we were, me and my, insignificant other, we were doing great, living our own lives. We were going out, enjoying life, eating out whenever we wanted. I was shooting pool and bowling a few nights a week. Life was good for us. Well, because, my stepdaughter got herself in a bind, she couldn't afford to live on her own anymore, which meant she had to move back home. And I said, okay, you can move back home. I said, but here's the rules. You're going to hand me over all of those credit cards. You're not going to use them. I'm telling you right now. That's not how this is going to work. Okay? We're going to cook at home, and you're going to take your lunch, dinner, whatever with you wherever you go. And so forth. She agreed to it. And I helped with, paying, part of her bills, and also paid for all her groceries. When she first came home, we went to the grocery store, and I'm talking, this was about 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. $650 I spent at the grocery store just for her. It's like, you have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. But I didn't argue about it. Got the groceries, took them home and everything. And I would say it was probably within less than 6 months. Because I also told her that she needed to hand us the credit card statement when it came in, so we can verify. She didn't go get, call the bank and get another credit card and was using it, right? Yeah, well, she ended up using those credit cards a few months later. And, she got pizza, and she went to a couple other restaurants, like, oh, no. And this is what ticked me off. See, I took on her expenses, which meant we didn't go anywhere. I gave up, shooting pool for a while. I gave up bowling for a while. We didn't eat out at all. That included us, not just her, us. you know, I made those sacrifices. We had to make those sacrifices to help her. So the fact that she would go out there and do that, I mean, that not only ticked me off, it hurt me. It's like, do you not understand the sacrifices we made just to help you? You know, life is good. You know, we're not over here struggling. You know, we were enjoying life, and because you couldn't manage your finances right now, it's on us, and we got to give up our life because we're trying to help you. That kind of thing, right? So I was not happy, you know, and um, it really came to the point where we had to tell her, no, you knew the rules. We made that clear to you, and you broke them. So you may want to look at moving in with your mom instead, you know. So that's what she ended up doing. And I think she realized after, you know, she moved out, moved in with her mom, that even her stepfather wasn't going to put up with some of the nonsense she was trying to pull. And I think she learned eventually, but it was still just a fact. You know, we gave up, we sacrificed to help her. And after she had moved out, um, we gradually went back into doing the things we were doing, you know, that we enjoyed. And something happened. I think maybe one of the cars broke down or something. And um, so it, you know, we had to spend a little bit of money, and, you know, and my insignificant other looks at me and, you know, trying to figure out, well, I don't know how we're going to cover this. And I just kind of looked at him and said, huh? What do you mean? He's like, well, you know, how are we going to pay for this? You know, if we don't have any money in savings and blah, blah. And I turned around to him and said, what makes you think we don't have any money savings? He's like, well, because we were helping, you know, our daughter and this and that. I said, no, 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 don't get it twisted. I said, the whole reason why we stayed at home, you know, instead of going out and enjoying life like we did before, was to protect that savings account. Okay? If we had continued living the way we were living before she moved home, and for us to also help her at the same time, that savings would have been wiped out. And I wasn't going to have that. So, no, I protected it. So, no, we still have the savings. He couldn't believe it. You know, he was thoroughly impressed the fact that I did that. But I was willing to do it. I was willing to protect it, so it didn't put us in a bad spot after she, you know, moved back out and so forth. So I had to make those sacrifices. So that's just something, you know, BCLS, I just wanted to let you know, honey. So I understand. The sacrifices are not easy, but I've made them many times. Ouch, Parker. Oof. No, baby. That wouldn't be me. No way. Hi, Bob. How you doing, baby? Where am I from? I'm in the United States. Hi, Jim. You know, I'm trying to be responsible as possible. Like I said, it doesn't mean I don't splurge once in a while. But understand me, if I'm gonna splurge, I'm gonna make sure I got the money to splurge with too. I'm just not gonna go out there and be reckless. I can't do it, and I won't do it. So, I mean, here, look at me. This is normally my day off, but I'm on here with y'all. I'm putting in extra time in my channel, trying to get it to grow and make some extra money. So you see, I'm even making sacrifices. I'm doing what I have to do. So that's how you got to look at it. You know, I don't just talk the talk. I walk the talk. Ooh, Parker. Baby. No, no, no. Carlos, I don't read individual energy like that. The only time I will read anyone's individual energy is when they pay me to do a reading for them. Because doing that, it drains me. Alright, Spirit. Let me get back to this, y'all. I'm sorry. Taurus. Why is this here? Yeah, I feel like this is all about walking away from people, places, and things. This is what I'm picking up. Yep. Here it is, and stalemate again. Trying to make a decision. Trying to walk away. This is y'all's obstacle. You feel stuck. Making a decision. Even though you got the 5 of Wands over here with, people being competitive, being even a little argumentative, the naysayers, but they're also people you love and care about. And then, not being able to rest, being stressed out even over some of these relationships, because I feel like it's very difficult to walk away from. But this is telling me you're trying to walk away, like this card is here. You see him walking away. That's going to be the thing, the decision I feel, and this is what Spirit's saying to me. The obstacle and the challenge is you being able to walk away from these people who aren't serving your highest good. So you can walk into this new beginning, this new start. There's a new pathway being opened up for you. But it means having to leave some people behind in order to do it. Alright, Spirit. Why is a death card here? Let me clarify this real quick. I'll pull some other cards for y'all. Opportunity. Yep. Even though there will be competition, there's great opportunity coming in. Y'all are taking action towards it. Here's the Ace of Wands with the Death card. This is change. New beginnings. Leaving the old past behind you. And that includes people. And opening the door up to the new. A new start. And this is you taking action towards new opportunities open up. And you're showing yourself to me in this King of Wands energy. Willing to have that passion, that desire to move forward. You're charging ahead, is what Spirit just said. And Spirit's saying, keep going forward. Ascend the throne. Take your rightful place. Be the king or queen of your universe, is what Spirit just said. That's the challenge. That's what you're being called and challenged to do. Alright, Spirit, give me some advice. I want to see. Do this. Yes, Jerry. Renewal, rebirth. Yes. Change, transformation. Walking away from the old to open it up to the new. Be reborn into a dawn of a new day. Closing one chapter to open up a new chapter. Alright, Spirit. Give me advice, please. Thank you. Because this is all about your personal growth. And yeah, sometimes it means some people have to leave our lives in order for us to grow. And it's not easy. I know, it's sad sometimes. I'm not saying it doesn't hurt to lose people. But sometimes people are only meant to be in our lives for a season. For a small window of time before they're meant to move on. Just as you are meant to move on and go a different direction. And others are meant to be there for a lifetime. Alright, Spirit. Wow. Alright, Spirit. You can't give me all those cards. That ain't gonna work today. You know how I do this. One card at a time, please. Alright, Spirit. Advice, please. Knight of Pentacles. Spirit wants you to charge ahead, but take with you all the knowledge and experience you've gained this far. But they also want you to take a step back and relax a little bit. You've already put in the hard work. You deserve a break for a little while. A vacation. Even if it's just a day vacation, a 2-day vacation. And if you have the resource to do it, take a trip, take a road trip, or go somewhere if you can afford it. Get on a plane and take off somewhere. But Spirit wants you to take a break because you have worked hard for your success. And I feel like Spirit wants you to even take a break so you can take on this new challenge, this new chapter. Because I feel like it's going to be very busy. And it's going to be overwhelming, but I feel like it's going to be overwhelming in a good way. Not in a bad way, in a good way. Ace of Wands. There's confirmation. Opportunity. You see this opportunity being offered to you. And there's going to be a lot. I feel like you're going to start getting more people coming towards you, wanting to offer you an opportunity. You know, whether it's to start a business, start a project, invest into something, even, you know, okay, I don't know who this is for, but this is for someone. I just saw a cruise ship. So I feel like there's even going to be an opportunity for one of y'all to take a cruise. Like, I feel like even someone's going to invite you to take a cruise with them. And I feel like they will even possibly cover the bill to take this cruise. So, what else, Spirit? Spirit wants you to take a breath. Take people up on their opportunities. Ooh, the Lovers. Alright, Spirit. Why is the Lovers here? Hi, Devon. Cruise on the love boat. You got the love boat, Parker? Whoa. Why is the Lovers here, Spirit? Show me, please. I feel like y'all got new love coming in. If y'all are looking for it, that's what this is telling me. You have an opportunity of new love. Ooh. And I feel like it's going to be a good love. Something you're going to really want to celebrate. Lovers and 3 of Cups. Maybe it has to do with this opportunity. Like this opportunity. I even feel like for one of y'all, maybe more than one of y'all, this feels like a business opportunity. And I feel like whoever this opportunity is, this business opportunity, like I feel like someone's going to want to step up and invest in you. If you have a business, I feel like they're going to want to help you with your business. If you're wanting to start a business, I feel like that could even be a possibility. But I feel like this opportunity, this person that's going to step forward, is going to create romance here. I get this, romance. And 3 of Cups, something worth celebrating. It's going to be a big, happy celebration. So, either this is, you know, just happening, or this is what's coming. So, Spirit saying, take your opportunity, take your shot. You guys, I'm going to love. Hi, Trunk Monkey. Hi, Matthew. How y'all doing? I like that. What else, Spirit? But be careful, y'all, about mixing business with pleasure, too. Because those could be pretty risky, I tell you. All right, Spirit. What else? Ooh, Wheel of Fortune. And here you at the bottom with the Eight of Pentacles. Focused, determined, working on yourself, working on improving yourself, but even working on your career or working hard at developing the skills necessary to do your job better, to do it more efficiently, or you're looking at changing jobs, changing roles, like looking to a different career path or upping, like elevating your career. And I get Wheel of Fortune here. So the turning of the table, turning of the tide is coming in to your good fortune. So Spirit wants you to take this opportunity. Take this opportunity. Don't let it slip you by. You've worked hard. You've come a long way. As Spirit's showing me, you're ascending the throne. Even though this says mountain, but when I turned over this card originally, when I first saw it, I heard ascending the throne. You're ascending the throne. So stand in your power. Matthew, my day's been going okay. I mean, it could be better, but I'm not going to complain, baby. I'm here. I'm here in good company. So, I'm gravy, baby. How about you? And 9 of Cups. Happy, success. Your dream's coming true right here. And guess what? I even got the Magician at the bottom. So, y'all are really trying to manifest this opportunity. Again, Spirit just said true love. So if you got your eye on somebody, if you're trying to build something with them, Spirit wants you to take that opportunity and really invest in this relationship. Because I feel like otherwise you're going to miss that opportunity if you don't step up to the plate. So that's what I got for y'all. I'm liking this. I'm going to pull a few other oracle cards though. I'll leave this tarot alone for right now. If I need to call back to it, I will. Which one, Spirit? How y'all feeling? Are we gravy here? This is the one I want to pull. Yes, claim it. Great adventure. Look, I can't make this up, y'all. You know, where this card came from, I just pulled out that deck. And look what's at the bottom. Great adventure. Take a risk. Venture forward. I can't make this up. Spirit saying take a risk. Go after it. Alright. What else, Spirit? I'm going to pull from one of these first. Ascending the throne. Conquer your world. Take your rightful place on your throne. Spirit. Ascending the throne. Aw, I'm happy y'all are enjoying the messages. Thank y'all for being here. I love y'all. Thank y'all for being here. It means the world to me. I know I'm on pretty early. Y'all ain't used to seeing me at this time. Hi, Maurice. You like my southern accent, my southern drawl? Thank you, baby. Hi, lady. Thank you for all the hearts. All right, Spirit. What else? What goes with ascending the throne? Show me, please. I'm gravy, Maurice. I'm gravy. I'm gravy, baby. You know me, if I'm here, I'm gravy. I'm so gravy, I got biscuits and sausage go in my gravy. How you doing? I have been on the wrong side of the sun 2 days in a row. You're right about that, D. Collins. I've been on during the day when I'm supposed to be on when, you know, the sun goes down so I don't turn to ash. Speaking of, look, vitality. What does that say? I can't make this up, y'all. Right there. The sun. And look, happiness is at the bottom. And you know, and the sun is all about happiness, warmth. I'm loving this. That's beautiful. That's powerful. All right, Spirit. What's revolving around this sun and vitality? Vitality, the sun. Hi, Jiminy Crickets. How you doing? Sometimes you gotta love someone from a distance. Yeah, sometimes you do. No, I get it. I definitely do. Absolutely. What time is it? It's 7:45. I've been on here a couple hours already. Doesn't feel like it. You know, I'm good at loving people from a distance. Sometimes people don't give me a choice. But I'm okay with that. That's a good thing about me. I'm confident in myself. I'm going to be okay no matter what. I promise you that. Check my Zelle. Okay. Hi, Key Man. How you doing? Holy Spirit. Why is the vitality of the sun here? Man, am I going to make it to the pole hall tonight now? Whew, that's strong. Yep, here it comes, y'all. Stepping into your power. You are strong beyond measure. You got strength and power and vitality. You're vibrant and bright just like the sun. And you draw in that energy, like your life force energy, just off of the sun. That lights the way for others to come through or come close to you. And I got breaking trail at the bottom. A breakthrough is at hand. Here it is again. I can't make this up, beautiful people. This is what Spirit keeps talking about. Ascending the throne. That opportunity's knocking. You think I'll pull a knight for the next card? You know this deck, Thor? Let's see. Nope. Wandering path. Enjoy the journey. So, no matter how this path turns, you see, you got the map. Spirit just wants you to enjoy the journey. It leads you down. You know, X marks the spot. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy this opportunity of growth, development, excitement, exploration. Be enthusiastic. Hi, Brown Beauty. How you doing? How you doing, beautiful? Daniel, I'm gravy, baby. You know me, if I'm here, I'm gravy. I'm so gravy, I got biscuits and sausage go with my gravy. How you doing? And DM, you asked me, what was it, baby? DM, I'm thinking about going up to the pool. Yes, baby. I need to get my arms stretched out. I need to find out how my shoulder's doing. Because I can't go back and see my surgeon until I know. Till I can give him an up-to-date assessment of my shoulder. So I got to both, you know, go shoot pool and throw a bowling ball. So he'll know. Because then he told me, once I'm healed, he wants me to be his pool instructor and teach him how to shoot pool better. I said, all right, Doc, remember all that money I paid you to fix my shoulder? I said, let me just make this clear. I'm going to take you to school. I said, and you're going to hand me back over all that money I paid you to fix my shoulder with interest. So we'll wait and see. Like I said, first, I got to make sure my shoulder's good. And go up there and do some drills. So he's going to pay me, and he's going to pay me with interest. So he's a great doctor. He's very laid back. He's probably wondering where the hell I've been at, because he hadn't seen me since a couple months after he did my surgery. So yeah, it's been a year. Like, oops. I was supposed to go back for a follow-up, and I didn't, because I was kind of waiting to see about my shoulder first, especially after I had got done with my physical therapy. So yeah, we shall see. Someone mentioned about wanting me to take y'all with me if I go shoot pool. You know, that's something I've thought about, beautiful people. I actually have an idea of something I may do one day, but I think that's probably something I will save for when I start the memberships. So it'd be like only members will be able to see that live. That's all right, Parker. All right, Spirit, what else? Wandering path. Give me a couple more. Please and thank you. Traveling lightly. Simplify your life. Keep it simple, beautiful people. Don't overcomplicate it. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated. Keep it simple. And at the bottom, I have solitude. In silence, peace prevails. Excuse me. And I feel like some of y'all are taking this journey quietly, and still not going to let anybody know about it. Kind of like how that Seven of Swords energy, you're keeping it close to your chest. Not letting anybody know. Okay. Let's see, what else? Spirit, I'm going to leave that there. A couple more. Oh, thank you, Daniel. My shoulder overall, it's been working great. It surprised me because I was able to get all my range of motion back in about 6-8 months, I think it was, which really surprised. Oh, I put this in the wrong box, didn't I? I think I did. Which surprised my physical therapist and my surgeon, because they say normally it takes someone a good year to gain their full range of motion back. So I was able to do it in almost half the time. So that was nice to hear. Isn't it the right box? Yeah, I think so. But I just haven't been able to find out about it yet. Like really how well it's healed up. So I can get it all stretched out. You know, because I definitely don't want to take the chance on tearing my shoulder again. It would not be good. Yes, DM, that's correct. And I tore mine. Not only did I tear it, I had a bone spur in there. So it wouldn't have mattered what I did. I would have had to have surgery either way, because if I didn't have them go in there and stitch it up, that bone spur was constantly slicing into the tissue. Hi, Robert. How you doing? Hi, Smiley. Oh, yes, Smiley. Oh, you want the news on my car? Oh, sweet Jesus. $2,000 to fix my car. To do a system flush on the radiator. And I guess I'll flush out the engine too. And to replace the water pump, the power steering, and the radiator, and the thermostat, and the belt. $2,000 freaking dollars. And they want to charge me, it was either $650 or $850 just to flush out the radiator and all that. It's like, you got to be kidding. Oh, I was so mad. So freaking mad. Like, are you kidding me? The dealership don't even charge that for a radiator flush. Like, ooh. Not happy at all. It's a 2002 Z28 Camaro. First and firefighter, we don't talk about drugs in here. What the hell is wrong with people? I mean, Smiley, it's really, really looking that way. And I can't believe it because they had such great reviews. Like, I don't recall seeing any bad reviews. And I'm just blown. Like, what? Like, I don't care, first and firefighter. We don't discuss drugs in here. That's not what this stream is about. Oh, Jerry, I wish I knew somebody who could fix it. No, Parker. It's an individual mom and pop shop. No, I would have expected to pay that at a Chevy dealership, correct. But no, this is a mom and pop shop. And they're charging me $2,000. I'm just, my head's just spinning. Spinning. So. You're leaving Jiminy Crickets. You have a good night, baby. Take care of yourself. Stay sweet. So. Hi, Corey. How you doing? First and firefighter. Don't. It's time for you to go. Okay? Because I don't need you bringing down my stream. Okay? And let me make myself perfectly clear. You may want to be careful about going in there talking about that. You obviously don't understand boundaries or how to respect people's boundaries. Welcome back, Bob. Parker, 125,000 miles. Alright, beautiful people. Let me get these few cards. Spirit, what else goes with vitality? Yes, Robert, I have. Spirit, what goes with vitality? What do you want to add to this? Growth. Here we go again, beautiful people. You know, we have vitality, the sun, and now we have growth. Rising to the occasion, ascending the throne, moving forward. There's tremendous growth in store for you, I feel. Oh, and look, we got love at the bottom, too. Grow in love. That's another thing. High eternal light. Yeah, Parker. Problem is, though, baby, I don't know of a good one I would trust anymore because they won't take my car, the one I bought my car from, because, unfortunately, my car, the GM doesn't produce the parts for them anymore. So all the parts that has to go in my car now are aftermarket parts, and the dealership that I used to work with won't do it anymore. Drew Taylor. Alright, Spirit, what else? Magic. Ooh. Look at this magic cup, y'all. This is what Spirit wants y'all to know, too. Y'all are the magic this life needs. The magic that goes and ascends this mountain, but ascends the throne. I hear a lot of great things are coming forward to you. with all of this growth, vitality, growth, and magic. You're going to be one extremely strong person, one beautiful human being that a lot of people are going to admire and respect and come to know and even grow to love. If they don't already know and grow to love you now, they are, then they will. And you're going to keep attracting more and more people to you. And it's going to have a great deal of peace that surrounds you with the peace at the bottom. I love this. Hi, Susan. Yes, I got some sleep, honey. Yeah, I'm better than yesterday. Thank you for asking. I got my couple of appointments done today. And I'm going to put this up now, y'all. And, I found out about my car, but the news was not good. So, but there's nothing I can do about it. I still need a car, so. No, let me leave this out. So I'm going to do this now. Okay. I'm going to pull from this Truth Oracle. I'm going to pull a few cards from this, and then I'll pull an Angel card to close this General Collective out. Alright, Spirit. Give me a few messages for the collective, please, and thank you. Alright, Spirit. Spirit. Why are these cards all bent? I hate that. I hate having my cards bent. Spirit. Messages for the collective, please. Thank you. Wow, I saw this card earlier and it spoke to me. And here it is. Oraclesville. Seek clarity. Dig beneath surface appearances to uncover deeper truths and gain insights that lead to informed decisions. So seek deeper insights. Look beyond the veil. There's hidden truths there, I feel. Mysteries, unknown, silence that needs to become into being spoken, and truths that need to be told and seen. What else, Spirit? What else, Spirit? If you have any messages, please. And thank you. Brew herbal wisdom. Experiment with herbal remedies. Learn about the healing properties of herbs. And create teas or infusions for physical and emotional well-being. So if you're interested in all those who want to create some healing, herbal healing, here's your sign. Again, ascending the throne. That's what I hear. All right, Spirit, one more. Ooh. Oh, wow. Enigma's code. Approach problems. Yes, baby, I will. Hold on, honey. Hi, Linda. Approach problems creatively. Think outside the box and consider unconventional solutions to overcome obstacles. Approach problems creatively. Think outside the box and consider unconventional solutions to overcome obstacles. So think outside the box, beautiful people. Spirit's challenging you. And this really comes with, I feel, the oracle's veil of being able to discern, and look beyond the veil for the truth. Oh, that's powerful. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there. Let me pull y'all angel card real quick. Where my angel cards go. Keep moving things around. Keep covering cards up with other cards. Alright, Spirit. One angel card for the collective, please. Hi, Fred. How you doing? Yeah, baby. Usually I'm asleep still, too. Well, it's 8 o'clock. Never mind. I would just be waking up. Oh, hold on. Spirit. One card for the collective, please. Azrael. Healing will come from this. This is a time of change and transition. You may feel your current situation is out of your control, but Azrael's angelic energy is here to bring you hope and strength. Healing is happening. Trust in yourself and in your prayers, for the worst is almost over, and you will have good experiences once more. And the positive affirmation, and I just saw a spirit orb, there's confirmation. And the positive affirmation is, thank you, Azrael, for guiding me to the healing within this time of change. Thank you, Azrael, for guiding me to the healing within this time of change. That's beautiful. And that's what I have for y'all, beautiful people. So again, that was a general collective reading for everyone who's here and anyone who comes in the future. For this is a timeless reading. Take what resonates and leave the rest behind. And if nothing resonated with you today, well, maybe it wasn't meant for you to hear today. But it doesn't mean it may not have been true to hear for you down the road. If you shall ever feel called to this reading, it will be here for you to listen to it then. So thank you again, beautiful people, for being here. That goes there, and then put these cards back. Alright. Let's see. You're welcome, baby. Thank you. Hi, Clint's Creative Canadian Corner. How you doing, honey? It's good seeing you. How do you get your cards done? You mean, how do you get a reading from me? Is that what you mean, honey? Let's see. Oh. Yes, Bob, I got it. I got the PayPal, baby. Thank you so much. I'm happy it all resonated with you, Jerry. And Joey, if you're still here, in case you're listening, I got yours too, honey. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Let me delete this. Do something. Whoa. Oh no, DM. I'm sorry to hear that, honey. That's not good. Okay, Bob. Thank you so much, baby. Oh, hi, Deacon. How you doing, baby? Thank you. Yes, working on my day off, baby. You do what you gotta do, right? Yes, Linda. I put them in the corner. I moved them out of the way. Yes, Clint's creative. I remember you, baby. That's terrible, DM. I hate to hear that, honey. I really do. That they did that. That's horrible. I know, 'cause I have to get my car registered next month. I gotta get the tags. Actually, this month. Correction. This month, I have to get them renewed. It's now April. Hello, Amanda. Alright. Okay. Wow. You want a photo steak dinner? Okay, baby. I got you. I'll be sure to take a picture of my steak dinner when I get it, baby. So thank you so, so much. Daniel, that's funny. Wow, Clint, that's crazy, baby. I'm sorry. You love balloons? I like balloons too, Linda. Toby loves them too. Oh, wow, DM. I will, baby. And thank you so much again, Bob. That was so very sweet of you, baby. Thank you. Very generous. Thank you. Okay, just that good. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. That's just crazy. I can't imagine. Well, did I tell y'all? I had a scare some years ago. It's kind of funny when I think of it now, but it wasn't funny to me back then. It was, I think, one of the first times I went to Cancun. I had just gotten back. Like, I'd only been home maybe a week or two. Returning back, you know, home from Cancun. And I get a knock at the door. So, and this is at my old house. And I'm like, okay, who's at the door, you know? I almost didn't go to the door to look, but something told me I needed to go check it out, so I did. I see a man nicely dressed in a suit. I'm like, huh? And he's holding up his badge. I'm like, what? I open the door, and he introduces himself, and he was an FBI agent. What? What do you, like, what's going on here? Like, I just got back from Cancun. Like, I'm thinking the worst. Like, what? Did somebody, like, sneak, you know, and put something in my bags or something I didn't know about? Like, what's going on here? Like, what the heck is a FBI agent doing knocking at my door? Like, well, come on. Like, how many people can honestly say they've had the FBI come knocking on their door? I never thought I'd be telling you all that, but what happened? So I'm like, okay, can I help you? Oh, Daniel, it is a beautiful place. I love it. I've been there 2 or 3 times. And, oh man, it was paradise. And the water's gorgeous down there. Minimum wage wear, eternal light. So anyways, the FBI agent was like, do you know so-and-so that lives next door to you? Yeah. Why? Oh, well, we just have some questions we wanted to ask you. He applied for a job to become an FBI agent, and so he told us to come and talk to you, and we, you know, normally check the neighborhood where they've been living to check with the neighbors and see what kind of person they are and blah, blah, blah. Oh, man, my heart was beating out of my chest. I gotta tell y'all, I thought I was gonna have a freaking heart attack. Because again, I was still thinking that they were gonna tell me like something happened, just a coincidence that I just got back from Cancun. It was crazy. So you didn't know they did that, lady? I didn't know either. But so I'm happy to report that my old neighbor and friend did become an FBI agent. which I'm very proud, because not only is he an FBI agent, he's a current service member of the Air Force. So he's a really good guy. Him and his wife and his family, they're good people. What was I gonna do? I don't forgot. Eternal Light, you never answered, baby. What's minimum wage where? Are you talking about here in the States? Wow, Linda. I bet that was interesting having your brother-in-law as a FBI agent. You know, that was actually one of my dreams, was to become a cop. I was gonna go serve in the military. I was gonna serve in the Marines, and then I wanted to go to school to be not just a cop. I wanted to be a crime scene investigator. Someone else would have to tell me, because I can't keep track of it anymore. Who knows what the minimum wage is here in the United States? Isn't it like 7.25, I think, or 7.5? 7.25. 7.25. Eternal Light. It's a federal minimum wage. So that applies to all the states. It's what the federal government put in place as the minimum wage to cover the whole United States. It's not even remotely close to live off of. Yeah, no, I've heard that, Clint. Nope. But I also know that our dollar is worth more than the Canadian dollar, too. I don't know what $16 equates to in US dollars. Thank you, Darius. That's very sweet of you, honey. So, minimum wage here ain't crap, though. I can tell y'all that. Nobody can live off of it. It's ridiculous that they would have it at such a low rate like that. Okay. Let's set these up. Wow, Clint. That's crazy. Well, at least y'all make more than we do. But I know y'all's taxes are higher too, to where here we have to pay for our own like insurance, or the company supplies it, but we still have our co-pays and all that to pay for. Okay, I need to remove that. Clint, baby, can you please watch your language, honey? I'd appreciate it, sweetheart. You know, I don't mind a cuss word here and there, but the only reason why I'm saying anything is because this channel's been monetized, and that's one of their rules. No swearing on here. I mean, Daniel, I don't think any of us wouldn't mind, you know, having $1 million. It's alright, Eternal Light. I understand, baby. Okay, honey. I will, Bob. Thank you. Yes, DM. I ate before I started this stream. Thank you for asking. Hey, 30. Crap. I don't know how late some of the places stay open. Okay. You're disgusting. Hi, Shade. How you doing, beautiful soul? You know, it's so funny. I need to go check on Toby, y'all. I'll be right back. DM, you and I still gotta have a chat, baby. Trust me. I told them I was getting the parts, so they're not gonna charge me all that money for that. So yeah, I was not happy. Yes, Parker, I did mention a water pump. A water pump, a radiator, a power steering pump, thermostat, and a serpentine belt. Plus the fluids to do the flush. So I'm not happy. There's nothing I can do about it. And because the car is already sitting there, and because it's only like 10 minutes away, I don't know who else I can take it to. Hi, KDS. How you doing, honey? I'm just annoyed. And the whole crappy part about it is that they know they got me cornered. Okay, baby. I appreciate it. Well, that's why I told them today. I mean, they called me twice. When I was in the car, I had just got in my car, in fact, from my second appointment, and wanted to know if I was going to let them flush the engine, all that out. Well, yeah, I guess. What choice do I have here? Yes, Sunnyland, they got plenty. That's why I went with them originally, because all of their reviews were positive. But I'm just okay, I can't even mess with someone who doesn't speak English. I don't have the patience. So, but understand me. Once they fix my car this time, I'm not taking it back to them. I'm gonna have to find someone else now. And I don't know who, because the only other place that's close to me was pretty much charging what a dealership would charge when I checked into the whole transmission for the other car. So, so yeah, I'm annoyed. But I need that car mechanically sound. I can't take any chances with it, because it needs to last me some more years before I can do anything about looking at getting another car or anything else like that. So she needs to be in tip-top shape. And yeah. No, Sunnyland, I probably will, honey. I didn't even think about that, but yeah. I mean, I just don't understand. Like 650 or 850 to flush out the freaking radiator and all that. I mean, the dealership don't even charge that much. I'm just, yeah. So, and because the other person who they talked to that lives in my house, made himself not sound so, how do we say this? We'll just say naive. They know that they can pretty much do anything about at this point. Because, you know, even though he's a guy, he doesn't know, obviously, nearly as much as I thought he knew. But, so, and he even, like, was like, you know, when I saw the estimate and I saw how much they wanted to charge just to flush the systems out, I'm like, what? You know, are you crazy? He's like, well, yeah, they're gonna switch out 3 or 4 different fluids. Yeah, do you not understand what it costs to just to do a radiator flush? About $250 is what a dealership will cost. And so he was no help. We'll just say that. Okay, Cheryl. I'll check, honey. How you doing? Yeah, they are trying. And it just ticks me off because I know how well I've taken care of these cars. I didn't let anything slide. Whenever those cars have needed maintenance, repairs, I got it all done. Okay, Cheryl, I got your donation, honey. Thank you so much. It just blows my bloody mind. Hi. Yeah, well, Bob, you know the spell they tried giving to me is they don't know how long it's going to take to flush out the system. What? I'm just, I can't even, like, my head's just spinning. Like, what? How do you not know? And that's why y'all want to charge me what? Oh, that's all the extra, labor. Uh-huh. Hi, Joe. How you doing, honey? Yeah, well, Matt, you know what, baby? I live in the sticks, so I have to have a car. So, like, the only thing is it takes me about 25 minutes to get to a grocery store, that being Walmart. That's the closest grocery store. And then a fast food restaurant is about 25 minutes. That's the closest one, which is a McDonald's. So nothing's close to me. You have to have a car to get around. Hi, Gina. How you doing, honey? All right, Miss Cheryl. Do you have a question, sweetheart? Or do you want me just to do a general, honey? Ouch, my back. So, it's just a nightmare. It just, because they know you need a car living out here in the sticks, naturally. So, okay, beautiful. I got you. I just, I wish I had more options. That's the only crappy part about living out in the country. Everything's so far away. And especially me, I moved into an area I don't know. And so that makes it worse. Because I don't know anybody out here. Oh. Alright, Spirit. Alright, Spirit. Oh no, Cheryl. Now let's see what Spirit has to share with you, honey. Hi, Shelby. How you doing, beautiful soul? Welcome. Thank you for subscribing and liking, honey. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's just crazy, Cheryl. And I mean, it's like I said, my cars, I've taken great care of those cars. Like, it's just, and I understand they're 23 years old, and I just saw a Spirit orb. I understand they're 23 years old, and they got over 100,000 miles on them. But still, and it ticks me off because they just had that car like a little over a month ago. And they couldn't see that the power steering pump was going out, or that the radiator was leaking into the water pump, and vice versa. Like, come on. Of course, they're trying to say that no one could have seen it because the way the car was built, the water pump or the power steering pump is like tucked underneath part of the engine or something, so you can't see it or see around it just by opening up the hood and looking at it. So, oh, thank you, Bob. Okay, Spirit, tell me. No, thank you, Cheryl. Hi, Sergeant Curtis. How you doing, baby? No, baby, I sure don't. I mean, I know of a biker bar, but I've never been in it. I've driven past it several times, though. It's up in the mountains where I used to live. Why you ask, baby? Why you think that this company or this mom and pop shop needs to get the needs to be scared straight or something? Forgive me for laughing, but yeah. No, because even I'm about an hour and a half from the start of the mountain where the biker bar is located. And it would probably take me another 20 minutes to get up that mountain to get to where it's at. So, let's see. Alright, so I'm 2 hours from Atlanta. I'm probably about an hour and 50 minutes from Atlanta airport, roughly. Depending on traffic. It could take longer. And why do you ask, Parker? Oh crap, come on. Why does it feel like my hand is off? Because of that. Spirit. Okay. Okay, Moonchild. Well, thank you, beautiful, for being here. I appreciate you so much, honey. You have some sweet dreams, beautiful, and I'll see you tomorrow night. And I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. All right, Spirit, for Cheryl. Show me. Hi, Jesse James. It's alright. It's gravy. Outside of my car being broke down again. It's gravy. How you doing? Spirit. Okay, y'all. I gotta focus on Miss Cheryl's reading, so I'm not trying to ignore y'all. I'm just trying to tune into her. Spirit, show me Cheryl, please. Ooh. Dang. What the heck? Yikes. You got opportunity coming towards you. Actually, got trouble in paradise, Miss Cheryl? In your relationships? Spirit. Yes. Mm-mm. Hierophant again. Mm. Nice. You feeling overwhelmed? Wow. Alright, Spirit, what is this? Swords of Justice. Spirit, how is this justice? night, D. Collins. You have a good night too, honey. Spirit. Hey, Cheryl, can you clarify something for me, sweetheart? Are you married or in a serious relationship? This, hi, beautiful spirits. Saw a few spirit orbs over here. Like, this tells me yes. This tells me yes. That tells me yes, but something tells me no. Like, okay. So it's a long-term relationship. Okay, honey, thank you. That's what it's pretty much telling me then. Okay. Alright, spirit. Where's my deck? Spirit. One card for Cheryl, please, and thank you. My spirit wants to talk about your relationships, beautiful. Crazy. All these cards are coming out with it. Oh, this hole in my floor is driving me nuts. This is crazy. Can't believe. I wish y'all could. I have to take a picture. Y'all would be shocked by this hole in my floor. Because I'm still shocked myself, to be honest. Because it shouldn't be here. Like, I mean, it's breaking apart like you would have thought these floors were like 20 years old. Oh, okay, honey. So, but then you were wanting to know about your relationships. I got it. Yeah. Well, you know, now that I know that, beautiful, I'll try and separate this out for you. We'll get some clarity. So, we'll talk about your relationship with your honey, and then with your friends. So, let's see what Spirit wants to show me. But yeah, Spirit's showing me about your relationships. It's coming out here very strongly. Can't make this up. Okay, Spirit, show me. I don't know why this song's coming to my mind, and I honestly don't know the name of it. I couldn't even tell you who sings it. It's a newer song, but it's more of like a like an R&B kind of hip hop kind of flow. Man, in fact, I just heard this song the other day, and I hadn't heard it in a while, a long while, in fact. Man, what's the name of this song? It's gonna drive me crazy, actually. So I can explain it to make help you make sense of this, because there must be a message in this song for you, Cheryl. It's the only thing I could think of, honey. So let me see if I could pull this up real quick. If I could find it. Ooh, I might actually have to step outside because I can't play any music on my streams. I'll get in trouble if I do. Otherwise, I'd play it for you if I find it. Oh, what's the name of this song? I'm hoping this is it. This volume. Let me see. This is it. Okay. I found it. Cheryl, if you're curious, beautiful, just write this song down, and if you type it in, type in the name of the song, who it's by, and put lyrics. And it'll pull up the video to where you'll be able to read the lyrics that come across the screen so you can understand what it's saying. I feel like maybe this is like the whole song doesn't apply, okay? Because it's more like a love song. It may apply to your romantic relationship, but like maybe only parts of this applies to your other relationships. So it might make sense to you when you read the lyrics, you know, and you may be able to make more sense of it, sweetheart. The name of the song is called What Ya Say, and it's by a guy named Jason Derulo. It's D as in dog, Erulo. So it might have some messages in there. Like I said, I don't feel like the whole song is the message. There might only be lines in there that will resonate with you. But for whatever reason, Spirit just put it in my head. So I know it's a message for you. Hi, 4748. How you doing, honey? That's the wonderful thing about music. It's the universal language we all can understand. It's always the lyrics that always gets you. It doesn't have to be the actual music, but the words itself. Okay, Spirit. Let's see. For whatever reason, they put that in my head. Okay, honey. Yeah, just let me know if it resonates with you. I'm just curious. I mean, heck, any of y'all, if y'all care to listen to it, let me know if that song resonates with you. I'm just curious to know. Alright, Spirit. I'm only assuming it's for Cheryl because we're talking about relationships with her and I'm doing this personal reading for her, but it might apply to more than one of y'all for all I know. Spirit's not making it clear. Spirit, show me. Oh, that's cool. Sunnyland. Spirit. Give me one card. I'll just do. Oh. Had deja vu. That's odd. And there's missed experience. Deja vu. This is crazy. Yes. should think. So. Oh, Spirit, come on. That's what you do. Gosh, Cheryl, you're like in turmoil in your relationships. I feel like someone else is too. Man. Spirit. Let's see something. You, honey, I'm so sorry. Beautiful, no, it'll get better. And I know it may not seem like it right now, but it's going to get better. Beautiful. I mean, do you want me to like pull from my yes and no deck? Like, are you at that point of, are you wanting to know, do you try and work on your relationships, or are you feeling like it's time to walk away? Like, is that what you're looking for, that kind of direction? Do you, invest more into trying to make the relationships work, or is it time to get out and walk away? That's what I want to know, sweetheart. Okay, see. Spirit. Cheryl, did you hear me, sweetheart? No, you might be lagging. Damn it. Oh, I gotta grab some medicine, y'all. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, honey. I'm sorry about that, honey. That's always tough, beautiful. I get that. Mm. Yeah, well, I mean, if there was a card here, a couple of cards I would look for, I guess just, even though I don't read on health, beautiful, but if there was like a concern down that road, I mean, yeah, the death card would be one of them, yes, and that's not out here. And there's another one, and it's not out here either, beautiful. So, but I can still ask the deck just to see, to get like a flat out yes or no. Hold on. Sorry, I got a migraine now. Hi, Onyx Stone. Hey, honey. Yeah, I think I just saw your donation come through, so thank you. I'll do your reading after after I'm done with Miss Cheryl's. I just... This honey. If I'm being honest, sure, I'd feel wrong about asking about someone's, if someone's gonna pass or anything like that. Spirit. Oh, my spirit. Okay. I appreciate you, honey. Hi, Reginald. Thank you, honey. You too. Okay. Put this over here. It's crazy though. I got the Hierophant out here twice. right next to each other. And the Justice card, too. Experience. See this heaviness. Let's see. And Cheryl, no, I'm sending you nothing but love and light and comfort, honey. I'm sending you a big, huge virtual hug. I know it's hard. Yeah. And I feel that in your energy too, honey. And I'm sorry you've been feeling that way. Do I have any chocolate? Yeah, actually I have a box of chocolates for Valentine's Day. I haven't opened yet. You're suggesting I should eat some. I have some of these peanut butter, what do they call them? Girl Scout cookies. But I think they have chocolate in them. I mean, I just took some medicine that's migraine medicine. And it's always, because when I get a migraine, it's crazy. It wasn't until in the last recent years, like less than a decade, I started getting migraines. And occasionally, it's more rare, but I do get them though. And it's always in the same place. So, it normally will knock it out. I just may have to take a second one. I'm just hoping I don't have to. Well, you see, I think mine, that's what these are. Matthew Evans. I found out when I had to have sinus surgery done and they did a CT scan on me to check my sinuses. I come to find out that I had a skull fracture that was old. And it just so happens to be that where my migraine comes from is where that skull fracture is at. Yeah, I mean, it was from years ago. I had hit my head on the medicine cabinet. I was pretty much dead asleep, and I must have woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the restroom, and walked into the restroom with the light out. And this was at a friend's house, so it wasn't my house, it was at a friend's house. And I nailed the corner of the medicine cabinet, the pantry that hung underneath the toilet. I caught the corner edge of it. I remember it. So I know exactly how the fracture happened. So, but when the doctors found it, it was already healed. It was just something they made note of and told me about. It's like, well, that's pretty interesting considering I didn't start having those migraines till after that happened, so. Oh yeah, Cheryl. You talk about my head pain. My head would hurt so bad that even though it sounds like a sinus migraine, it didn't always feel like one, but it still hurt in the same place. And anytime sound or light would irritate my migraines, and I couldn't be in either, so I had to go lay down and make the room completely dark. Couldn't listen to anything, couldn't have any bright lights on, and I would have to sleep. And take this migraine medicine. The only crappy part about it is back then, which is still true today, but I was having migraines almost every day, and this was before I had the sinus surgery. And the migraine medicine would work, yes, but it wouldn't last, and so it seemed like I was taking migraine medicine every bloody day. And so, it reached a point that because I needed the medicine and it was too soon to refill my medicine, at least for the insurance company to cover it, I would have to go in there and I would have to pay cash for the medicine to get it sooner, which the pharmacy would release to me. Because it's not a narcotic. So, but to get 9 pills, because you only get 9 pills a month, it was still almost like $300. It was ridiculous. And that's what I told my surgeon. I said, it's ridiculous how much even that medicine, costs. I don't understand why they think 9 pills will help someone get through an entire month if they're constantly experiencing migraines, which I was back then before I had the surgery. But since having the surgery, it's rare that I get them. Thank God. Knock on wood. Okay, eternal light. I mean, Casey, thankfully, I rarely get them anymore. So, if you're talking about what can help me right now, outside of taking the medicine, would be to go lay down. That's what would help me. So, yeah, you know, Cheryl, um, I went and saw a neurologist not long after. And guess what they put me on? To be like a migraine preventative. And this was again before I had the sinus surgery. They put me on one of those medications that they give to people who are suffering with Alzheimer's or dementia. And I can't remember the name of it. But the neurologist had told me that even though it's prescribed for people with dementia or Alzheimer's, what the study found was that people who were taking it for the trials actually, you know, kept records of people suffering from headaches, and they learned that people weren't suffering with headaches from it. And it's like, wow. Well, you're right, but this is the wrong string for that. Well, yeah, I can understand that causing it too, baby. Yep, for me, it's just right in here, right in this corner, same place, right in here. So like the fracture is like right in here. Okay. Alright, Miss Beautiful Cheryl. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull from this because I'm not feeling that right now. Okay. Ouch, Bob. Yeah, I can believe that, baby. Yeah, that sounds painful too, baby. I mean, thankfully, I don't have any neck problems. Knock on wood. Um, I know, like, one of my relatives, it's one of my in-laws, was talking about something about even no, my migraines could even been caused by my shoulder, just the nerve that's there, which would make sense because I know how my arm would go numb sometimes where I couldn't feel as much sensation in my arm. It wouldn't happen often, but when it did, I would notice it. So, which just shows you like how often that the tissue was being sliced into. just from regular rotation. Like you think of like cooking for an example. I remember I couldn't even, like when I would make my daddy's spaghetti, like I couldn't even spin the saucepan. I had to go through and hold my arm like this and do it that way. Because I couldn't do it this way without holding it in place because it hurt so bad. And it would make my arm numb. Oh, Cheryl, I would feel bad, honey, if I didn't get yours done. I'll be fine. I can reach yours and then, but I appreciate you. I just don't know if I can do Onyx Thrones. I mean, I want to do theirs too. I just don't know if my body's gonna allow me to do it tonight for them. So, if I have to come back on a little bit later, if I just lay down and close my eyes for a little bit, I may just need a nap, like an hour or two nap, to see if the medicine will knock it out. Hi, Judith. How you doing, beautiful? I mean, beautiful, yes. That's my usual days off, but I mean, Spirit called me come online today, plus I got the estimate for my car. To have my car repaired, $2,000 to have it fixed. So, really, Cheryl? Wow. That's amazing, beautiful. No, I'm happy to hear you're well, honey. Oh, Onyx Stone. I appreciate you so much, sweetheart. Yeah, I'm gonna take this other pill because it's not going away as quickly as I need it to. So I remember my surgeon was very worried. That was one of the things he told me. He was worried he wouldn't be able to fix my migraines, especially as often as I was suffering from them, which was practically every day. But lucky for me, they drastically improved. So I was so thankful for that. And that stress, Bob. Yeah, it is. Oh, I won't deny it. Okay, DM. Thank you, baby. I mean, I'm sure part of the stress has contributed to this. I must have some, like phlegm built up in one of these pockets over here. Because it's always crazy how I can go through and rub this area and I can feel some of the drainage come down my throat. Ugh. At the, and behind your ears, at the base of the skull. Are you sure your faculties are working all right, Miss Judith? I'm teasing you, honey. Further back? Like where? Casey, stop. Okay? I know they are, Judith. You're too spunky and sassy and feisty like me for them not to be. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. Ouch. I'm sorry, Jamie. No, it doesn't affect me like that. And it's funny because I went to, when I went to my doctor's appointment today, I walked in with a Red Bull can in my hand. And, my blood pressure was 123 over 74, I think it was. Well, Judith, whoever it was that hid him, I wouldn't blame him because, like I said, I knew who it was, but I knew at the same time, it's like if when I was reading it, if I had known it was him, I would have hid him. So, okay. Let's just see. Because this is where it always works. Yeah, I know, and Eternal, I haven't had a chance to go look at it yet, baby. Bob, none of those things have ever worked, baby. It's right here where that fracture is. And it's where I know there's like, where my sinus pocket is starting to get built up. So, I'm trying to release some of that drainage so it comes out of there. But I appreciate the suggestions. See, even my nose was running a little bit earlier. Yes, Eddie. Put your hand on the desk and hit it. That will take your one off your head. Sure. No, it just has to come out of there first. Gwen, who are you talking about? Well, that's great. I'm happy he healed you. But, you know, we don't talk about religion in here. Okay, that's not what this channel's about. It ticks me off every single time somebody wants to come in here and mention religion. And understand me, I'm a Christian myself. But what I have a problem with is everyone that wants to come in here and throw the Bible and shove it down people's throats. When everyone has the freedom to choose for themselves. And I happily respect that. I'm not going to force someone's beliefs to believe in something that they choose not to. That's their own choice and freedom to choose. It's not for me to decide, or you, or anyone else for that matter. I respect everyone's individuality, and freedom of religion is one of those, and it's very important, and it should be respected. I can't stand it when people want to come here and throw religion as someone's... No, I can't. That's just going to add to my freaking migraine now. It's probably one of the things that if there was anything that probably makes my blood boil, it's probably that. I mean, there's a few things, but that's one of them. I can't stand someone going around trying to shove their beliefs down someone else's throat. That's not cool. Especially when you get a bunch of hypocrites knowing good and well that the Bible says you're not supposed to judge. But then everybody wants to come here and judge us. No, that's not happening. Alright. Oh, I know, Bob. You know, I just think it's so wrong. I think it's always insulting to me because it's not like you asked them. No, they gotta come in here and preach. I don't like that. That's what I really don't like. Especially knowing how diverse my family is. And that's the other thing, the thing that gets me. But I guess that's also what makes me who I am too, because of my family's religious background being diverse. That they can't possibly understand it from my point of view. I understand, Bob. And I appreciate that. I'm sure you can probably email me and tell me what that word is so I have a better understanding of it. Or they DM. And I think that's good. You know, that people of different faiths can still be in one family, especially a marriage. You know, I don't know if it's common or not, but I find more times, at least from my personal experience, it's not common. People try and marry someone of their same faith, but I've been lucky that my loved ones, were open to accepting each other's. So, and I just think that's even more beautiful. It just goes to show that even religion can't separate two people who love each other. And it shouldn't, because love is still love, no matter what religion you belong to. Love is still the same. Yeah. Yeah. I'm almost fearful, like every single time I try and think. Sure, Bob. I'd love to do a reading for him. Miss, because I don't want to do this while my head's pounding. Beautiful Miss Cheryl, let's see, 6 o'clock tomorrow. I'm trying to think. Miss Cheryl, are you gonna be free sometime during the day tomorrow, honey? Okay, beautiful. I hate to do this, but I can't. I don't think I can even go through and try and process everything now. It's in that one area and it's not going away. And I'm so sorry. I'm gonna leave these cards on my table. I'm not gonna put them up, sweetheart. Um, if I try and come online early tomorrow, um, like, can you email me, beautiful, and let me know? Okay, beautiful. I can do that too. I can take the pictures of the cards too. Or if you want me to start over, I can do that too, honey. I'm so sorry. And migraines just hit me out of nowhere. And Miss Onyx Throne, honey, I'm so sorry. I'll be back tomorrow night though. And I will do my best to even try and come on a little bit earlier so I can catch y'all. Because I know some of y'all go to bed early and that. And I try and keep that in mind for y'all too. So I have one reading tomorrow, one private reading tomorrow. But I'll try my best to get on, at least maybe I'll try an hour early. Oh, well, thank you, y'all. I can't thank y'all enough for the love, care, and concern y'all have for me and thinking of my well-being. That means the world to me, y'all. So much. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'll try and get on here earlier tomorrow. So that way y'all don't have to wait and I can go over it then if y'all are here. No, thank you. Onyx Stone, are you on Eastern Time Zone, beautiful? You get off at 8? Okay. So I'll try and 8 Central. Okay. So that's 9 p.m. my time. Because I'm on Eastern Time Zone. Okay. So thank you so much. So I'll try and be on here by 8 or 9 tomorrow. And I'll try and do your readings before I even get into the collective, just because of me now having to be forced to cut this short tonight. I wish I wasn't having to do this, but thank y'all so much for understanding. That means the world to me. So I'm gonna end this stream here with y'all tonight. Thank y'all for being here with me and hanging out with me and sharing your love and energy, time, space, and I love connecting with y'all so much. And I love it when we can have deep conversations. Those are the best ones I love having. So I'm wishing y'all a beautiful night and a wonderful day tomorrow. And I look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow night. And DM, I'll be in touch with you, baby. So you all take care. Well, y'all don't have to thank me. I love being here with y'all. Thank y'all for loving and supporting me. That speaks volumes to me, so thank you. Alright. Y'all have a good night. See y'all tomorrow. Bye.